Afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Today is March 7th, 2024. Call this meeting to order. The first thing on our agenda is a moment of silence. We can just take a moment to reflect. Thank you. The next item on the agenda is the agenda review and approval.
I'd like to move that we add item G under the consent agenda to add the personnel report dated March 7th, 2024.
Second.
Been moved by Ms. Byer, second by Ms. Rogers to add a personnel report under the consent item for G. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? And passes unanimously. For the agenda amendment, can we approve the agenda now?
Move approval of the agenda as amended.
Second.
Been moved by Ms. Rogers, second by Ms. Byer to approve the agenda as amended. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same motion? It passes unanimously. Thank you. Next item on the agenda is the Board of Education minutes from February 7th and February 8th.
Move approval of the minutes from February 7th and 8th.
Second.
Been moved by Ms. Rogers, second by Ms. Byer. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? It passes unanimously. Next item is revised Board of Education minutes from January 25th, 2024.
Move approval.
Second.
Been moved by Ms. Byer, second by Ms. Rogers. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It passes unanimously. Next item is agenda 1F, general public comment. I'll read a few opening statement first before we begin our public comment. A quick review of the rules. Please first state your name. If speaking for an organization, please state your name and the name of the organization. Second, speakers are asked to present their comments in 3 minutes. When the yellow light comes on, you have 1 minute left to start winding up your remarks. When the red light comes on, it will beep, which will indicate your time is up. Complaints about named staff, students, or parents should not be voiced in open session. However, we are very interested in hearing your concerns with regard to public education, safety of students, or to the operation of the school system. Finally, the board members will listen carefully and consider the comments, but we do not engage in discussion with the speakers. Our first speaker is Jenna Crowther.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Jenna Crowther. Our oldest, May, is in first grade at EK Poe. This morning at school drop-off, my daughter's friend said to her, "Hey, May, my dad said you won't be attending Poe next year." May looked at me surprised, and I didn't really know what to say because I'm also not sure where May is going to be attending school next year, like many other families. I won't burden y'all with the details of our childcare hardship. I actually emailed you guys the details yesterday, but we were consistently told across many levels and departments at DPS that we could apply to transfer into Poe given the childcare hardship that we have related to May's 2-year-old brother. However, when I went to complete the transfer application, it did not actually list EK Poe as an option. I called and was told to select my base school as the transfer school and write in Poe as my transfer option in an open notes field. Given the challenges of the past few years, I hope you can see that I have trouble trusting in this guidance. And in speaking with other families, I know we are not alone in this situation. Additionally, it is not clear whether I will hear about our transfer application before the aftercare lottery closes. So my ask to you all tonight, as you work through plans for the district, whether it's classified staff salaries or the Growing Together plan, or implementing a lottery for aftercare that acknowledges you cannot meet the basic needs of your elementary school community, that you please remember that you are dealing with people and families and children, especially children, who need to be able to trust what they are told by DPS, to trust the technology used, and to be able to plan their lives. We don't need wait lists and lotteries and write-in transfer applications. We need reliable, accurate information and functional technology as much as, or I'd argue perhaps more than, we need school choice. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Lauren Sartain. And please correct me if I mispronounced your name. My apologies.
You all hear me? Yes, okay. Hi, my name is Lauren Sartain. I'm a parent of 2 DPS students, one with an IEP, one with a 504. I'm a PTA president. I'm also somebody who spends a lot of time thinking deeply about systemic change and policy implementation that is fair, clear, and equitable. Tonight, you'll continue your discussion of budget priorities for next year, but this year's basic district functions still need your attention. Central office won't be paying staff what they were promised in writing back in October, leaving morale issues on the ground in schools and staff attrition on the horizon. People are the district's #1 resource. Please invest in them. Central office continues to put more resources and staff into magnet schools, demanding that neighborhood schools do more with less. In fact, publicly available data that parents have collected show that schools that serve larger populations of historically marginalized students actually have fewer staff per student. An equitable distribution of resources to a school would do the opposite. Central office runs on outdated systems, which we've learned about more in the last few weeks. At the same time, our kids are going to school in buildings that are falling apart. Central office didn't plan for many of the foreseeable implementation problems with its student reassignment plan. There are promises of options that didn't show up on people's applications. There are multiple different transfer options to pursue. School staff and families are confused about where students will show up in the fall. Central office is quote unquote excited to share that they will not meet demand for aftercare yet again. I want to remind you that elementary school gets out at 2:15. My kids are 6 and 9. Where are they supposed to go? Yet when I look at your priorities for next year's budget, I see a lot of bells and whistles. We need reading specialists and IAs, not Mandarin and French teachers. We need EC and ML teachers and not more Chromebooks. We need high quality schools close to home and not a complicated system of magnets that families have to navigate. We need students to enroll here in DPS and not continue to go to charter schools. It's been a rough time since March 2020. Your families and employees are just seeking consistency. We need the basics. Since it's unclear what numbers can be trusted at this point, I'm here to suggest you throw out the budget and start from scratch. Ask your educators, your staff, your parents, your students what they need to be successful. And like I said, people are your greatest resource. Invest as much as you can in them. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Girja Mahajan.
Good evening. My name is Girja Mahajan, and I'm a parent of 2 children at EKPO. I didn't realize that DPS launched a new strategic priority called Choose DPS, Choose Your Own Adventure, Families and Staff. And yet this is what thousands of staff and families are now navigating. Will my student get in through lottery, transfer, assignment, or not at all? Wait, what about that younger student too in my household? Will my younger student get into aftercare or not? Well, what happens if my older student gets in, but not my younger student? If they don't get into aftercare, will the alternative aftercare be within their assignment, lottery, or transfer zone for transportation? Will the school have enough staff to cover the student enrollment? Will the school system honor the promised wages of the dedicated and hardworking staff? You want me to choose DPS, and I'm telling you, Why or how can I possibly do that with the complex and often conflicting priorities you ask families and staff to navigate, and more importantly, accept? This isn't governing, it's crazy making. Tonight, I ask you to form a intergovernmental task force with the city and the county on the state of aftercare for 2024, 2025. And I also ask that you request full transparency of the 2024, 2025 lottery results compared to this slide shared back with the board in January 2023, where you identified what schools would draw students from enrollment zones versus lottery. We have yet to see that for this first lottery poll, and I think that's really important. Thank you.
Thank you. And our next speaker is Christy Clem.
Good evening. I'm Christy Clem. I'm a physical therapist. I just want to share that the morale of employees in the multiple schools I serve has not improved at all since the flat 11% decision. I know there was an email sent out from the district saying that that decision ended a period of uncertainty and anxiety for classified employees. That's not accurate. It hasn't happened. Most, if not the majority of classified people I've talked to have said they do not know if they're going to be in DPS next year. And so much of that hinges on the salary decision moving forward. And we feel like we're very much in the dark now. We've been very passive pawns in this game where we sit and wait to see what happens to us next. When I first started speaking at the board meetings, I put time and thought and effort into what I was saying because I thought every word I say matters. These last two meetings, I feel so defeated when I start to write out what I'm going to say. I don't get much past, hi, my name's Christy and I'm a physical therapist. Honestly, feel like it doesn't matter what I say right now. I'm waiting for something else to happen to me with no input. I am concerned that what I understood from the comptroller's report last board about the steps of Hill being too high, or the increases of Hill being too high between steps. I don't understand how reducing that is going to help with the compression that y'all have said for a long time has been happening. So I don't know how going down and making those very small raises is going to address compression. We need information about what's happening going forward. No one in the PT department was spoken to during the Hill study. I know it reported that classified staffs in all departments were talked to. Nobody from PT was. We're very fearful that nobody from PT is going to be talked to about what's happening now. So once again, we are passively sitting and waiting like ducks. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it. And I do want to say that just because this room isn't full, it's not because employees are happy with what happened. It is the opposite of that. Our capacity right now to try to do our job and come and fight this battle that we feel like is straight uphill or into a brick wall is running low. I don't think I've ever experienced the level of exhaustion that I hit very quickly right now in my personal or professional life. I feel great. I feel rejuvenated. It is one small thing that makes me feel like I'm done for the day. And that is directly related to the last 2 months of being employed here at DPS. I hope that changes.
Thank you. Thank you. That concludes our public comments. And the next item on our agenda is the consent items.
Move approval of the consent agenda.
Second.
Been moved by Ms. Rogers, second by Ms. Spire, approval of the consent agenda. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It passes unanimously. The next item in the agenda is under Board of Education, discussion of budget needs and priorities for 2024. Passes to Superintendent Moore.
Thank you. I'll get us started and go through the information and then we can have a discussion. Go ahead and move on to the next slide. You'll see familiar cadence in the presentations with changes based on updates and additional information. Again, we'll start by looking at our strategic plan pillars. I want to provide an updated list of budget priorities, including projected cost. And I'll say right now, and I'll say it again, at least one more time, maybe 2 or 3. The information you see this evening with updated costs is not the superintendent's proposed budget. It is a list of some of the priorities that we've already discussed with projected amounts next to them. It is not the superintendent's proposed budget. And we will talk about not just 24-25, but also the possibility of some multi-year options, and whether or not there's interest in staging some things over more than 1 year with regards to meeting our needs. And we will again review the timeline for next steps. Next slide. Strategic plan pillars include increasing academic achievement, providing a safe school environment that supports the whole child, attracting and retaining outstanding educators and staff, strengthening school, family, and community engagement, and ensuring fiscal and operational responsibility. These are really strong pillars, and you can tag all of the requests in one way or another to the pillars that are in your strategic plan. But I think it's important to note that there are requests that are not on here. There are needs that would also fit into the strategic plan pillars. The amounts do not necessarily reflect the end game in terms of what's needed to get there. And so it's important to hold folks accountable to how the asks do support these, but it's also important for the board to provide guidance. If at any point in time, I don't know that these are listed or were intended to be listed in any sort of a priority order when they were part of the strategic plan, but knowing what the needs of any district might be at any given time, those may shift in terms of which ones you feel are most important to address at any given point in time, knowing that all of them are important. Next slide. So back to some initial local budget needs that we identified last time. And this is a slide that's got legislated and required in parentheses because these are costs that are coming. And funds must be identified to meet these required legislated costs. In the biennial budget for North Carolina, a 2-year budget, the second year of the budget, has approximately 5% raise for certified staff. That is actually anywhere between, I think it's 3.5% to 10%, depending on where you are in the salary scale. That's why it is a 5% average. And the estimated projected cost for that is around $2.1 million for locally paid teachers. So the state takes care of the certified salary increase for teachers that are on the state pay budget, but for locally funded staff, the local district covers the cost of that pay raise. That's around $2.1 million. The classified salary increase again in the biennial budget that is legislated, there is a 3% again average raise for classified salaries that is coming in 24-25. That's already in the North Carolina budget. Again, the local cost of that raise for locally funded employees is $1.8 million. There is a required retirement rate increase for local staff from 25.02 to 25.5. That's a cost of $1.35 million. It's a cost the district does not have a choice about when the district is placing funds into the retirement account of locally funded employees. Health insurance increase, again, for locally funded employees based on that increase from 75 to just over 8,000. That is a $625,000 item. The charter school pass-through, which last time I had on a different slide, but I went ahead and moved it to this slide because it is required, is projected at about $2.1 million. And that is based on projected growth in Durham County, overall Durham County. That's any students in Durham County, whether they go to a charter school or to Durham Public Schools. It's based on projected growth and then the percent on average that attend charter schools. And that's 2.1 million. So the projected total for legislative required items that we will have to meet the obligation for next year is right at $8 million. Next slide, please. Additional budget considerations that we talked some about last time. There has been a lot of conversation and work done to model what a teacher salary local supplement increase would be. That 12%, a 12% increase in the local supplement is projected at $3.2 million. It is important to note that this is the local supplement. This is not overall teacher salaries. Teacher salaries in Durham are sort of divided into two parts. The part that is paid by the state or federal or other dollars. And then there is a local supplement on top of that that Durham provides for its certified staff. That local supplement, which is a percentage of the teacher's salary. And so in this case, a 12% increase in the local supplement is at a cost of 3.2 million. And if you'd like sort of the numbers that are in the back of the envelope there, a 12% increase in the local supplement for beginning Durham teachers is about $800 a year. You see what I mean about it being a portion of the salary. There's also been conversation about master's pay for teachers with irrelevant degrees. There are rules on if you have a master's, whether or not you are paid for a master's, if for those who were grandfathered in by the state years ago. The projection that was made there was that it would cost about $1.3 million in local dollars to implement master's pay for teachers that are currently not receiving it that have the relevant degrees. The next one does not have a dollar figure associated with it yet. Continued focus on increasing classified salaries with new 24-25 salary schedules. There's no dollars here because, number one, the board will see at their next board meeting, I believe you will have some models to look at regarding options for 24-25 salary schedules and what that could be for how we continue to increase classified salaries. We know that there is at least a 3% that will come from the legislature. And there will be a local cost associated with that 3% for local employees. And then whatever additional dollars you see based on the models that come. And I'm going to anticipate models that stay within sort of existing budgets and apply a 3% raise. That I think that would be the lowest number that you would have. And then potentially a model that fully implements the vision of the market rate competitive that we were looking at, and then knowing what that cost would be, and then figuring out how you want to step off in between those two. I will say, if the numbers that I heard as I came into this role were somewhere between 700,000 a month and $1 million a month is what was necessary to actually achieve. That was in excess of what was in the existing budget. So I think if you multiply that by around 10, you've got your outside numbers. And then I've added additional funding for capital needs. This is a need that's coming as a result of two things. I think it's really important that we note and appreciate the fact that the commissioners are providing $6 million a year of capital funding specifically for our maintenance and operations folks to take care of their needs. I think it's equally important to note that it is insufficient to meet the needs. In speaking with our chief operating officer, we do believe that at least an additional $4 million for a budget of around $10 million a year is what's needed to really maintain facilities that are aging and be responsive to schools that have concerns. I am not representing in one way or another how we achieve that additional $4 million, whether it's $1 million at a time, all $4 million at once, but there are additional dollars that are needed. And it's especially important because there has been an ability to accelerate some things, still not meet the need through ESSER funds that have been able to be applied to the needs in schools for capital needs. And those funds sunset in the fall. And then in terms of continued support for Growing Together, the Growing Together initiative has some pre-K and global language positions that are a part of that initiative. The pre-K is, I think, an overall expansion in the budget for some schools, commitment to having pre-K more locally so that students can remain at their pre-K through K-5 as well. and then the global language positions for specific elementary schools. And that projected amount is $3.7 million. Next slide, please. Some additional departmental needs, which we've narrowed down more specifically from what you saw last time. There are some curriculum materials and renewals that are on deck for ELA. I believe that's actually 610 with 11th and 12th grade coming later. For literacy in elementary schools, some specific elementary schools that are implementing a literacy program and need the curriculum resources and materials. K-5 math adopted materials, global languages again, and some materials for SEL K through 12. The next one is a little beyond my expertise to explain. Funds for IT network switches. If you know where the closets are in your schools and your locations that have all those big boxes and wires and things coming through them, that's what we're talking about. And I believe this is just shy of $2 million just for that. Murray Massenburg, brand new school opening, toured it last week, fabulous campus. We've made a commitment to 3 pre-K programs in that school. And the teachers, IAs, et cetera, will need to come from some portion of local funds there as well. In continuing to try to expand our supports for students, there's a request for 2 additional social workers for the district to reduce those caseloads and provide greater support to schools. There are some funds associated with an evening academy and credit acceleration program that provides more options for our students who need perhaps non-traditional methods to make sure that they complete their credits and graduate. And then some funding for infrastructure and systems development, primarily in budget and finance. As I've mentioned, I think previously, we're in the middle of implementing Syllogist Ed, and there is training and other things that need to be added and accomplished with folks in order to see that through. The projection for all of these together is around $5.7 million. In all of these cases, especially for this page, I have asked staff to take a look at their existing budgets and other sources of funding that might be available, to look at whether or not we have the capacity to take some of these things off of the list or find other places to fund some of these things. And I mean, you really want to do that with your entire budget request, but in particular with some of the departmental needs that are up to make space for some of the other asks that we have. Next slide, please. Just going back over the potential risks and unknown factors where I've added one. The federal, state, local economic outlook are incredibly important. In addition to what's happening with the ESSER funds sunsetting, there are long-awaited changes and needs and potential movement in how Title I is funded, any changes that happen at the state level with regards to how they are looking to fund LEAs in arrears for ADM. Don't know if you've heard much about that conversation. For years, the state has funded the number of staff in schools based on their like 20 or 40-day count, whichever is higher. And that is after the school year begins. And so it makes it, obviously, if a school loses enrollment, a school system is losing enrollment, or a school system is gaining enrollment, you don't actually know the number of staff that you are getting from the state until 2 to 3 months after the school year begins. So the legislature requested a change in that model. It is a model that will fund schools in arrears, which means that a school system will be funded based on their prior year ADM. And the way that would work is if a school system's enrollment is lower than their prior year ADM, they will not lose any positions or funding. They will keep them for that year in preparation for the following year, when then the ADM is adjusted for how a school system is funded. Generally across the state, districts are supportive. The superintendents have been supportive of that funding in arrears because it allows you a year to make the adjustments to any changes that you may have in enrollment. And then, of course, the local economic outlook, I'm sure that we will be hearing from our commissioners as in their cadence in the next month or so. They will also be presenting their economic outlook, what their revenues are looking like, and what their options or plans might be as the county manager presents her proposed budget to the commissioners that then the commissioners will take up, that will be inclusive of their intents and plans for the Durham Public Schools, because although there is no sort of supervisory relationship of any kind, there is a fiscal relationship in that the county commissioners provide the funds from tax revenues that flow to the Durham Public School system for local dollars. I've mentioned ESSER already. I will just say that there's about 140 people on ESSER right now. While they are all in terminating contracts, those are staff that, and they know that they are in positions where the funding ends. I think it is important to try to keep our people and see whether or not how that movement happens with existing vacancies or other positions in our schools and in our district. The legislature can always make changes to their budget in year two. They often do. And we don't know what those impacts will be until the session is done and they've made the changes. I've added classified salary schedules for 24-25. We do not yet know. The board is going to have to review that information when it comes and see what kind of an impact that has. I've left continued staffing needs in all areas of DPS because our people, as someone said it earlier, they are our biggest resource. And when we have vacancy rates, for all of the reasons that we may have those vacancy rates, we need to pay attention and make sure that the work that we are doing with our budget supports what we see in our staffing needs. And then continued review of the DPS current fiscal position. Talked about that a little bit earlier in terms of trying to identify where our funds are internally that we may have some flexibility with, trying to see what our local and state dollars look like. There's been some conversation about our schools having positions beyond what their allotment formulas indicate and needing to deal with that moving forward. All of those things have direct impact on what's happening in our schools and our classrooms every day. Next slide, please. Some board identified needs that were common in the comments from the information that we gathered last time. A lot of conversation and support for what how CEP, which is the community eligibility provision that provides meals to students, every student in a school at no cost based on eligibility. And there's two options really here. We can expand the number of schools right now that are eligible for CEP, just a number of schools, not everybody in the district, or there's a district-wide implementation that is an option as well. Those are decisions that would need to be made very quickly if they were going to be implemented for next year. There is a cost associated regardless of which way you go. And so, and then I think the piece that has been sort of hanging out there is that we need to make sure that we have a good model and options for how we can continue to draw down the maximum federal funds that are available for programs like Title I that rely on the free and reduced lunch percentages in schools to calculate those funds. Because if we were using CEP district-wide, you no longer have reliable free and reduced lunch information. So that's a process that needs to be worked through. I would say that the district is probably in a better position to perhaps expand by a number of CEP schools than it is to be ready to go district-wide. A lot of comments and agreement around strategic or explicit connection to how an equity lens is being used in different appropriations and needs. A strategic and intentional focus on bilingual needs across DPS. It was mentioned in a number of different places. And I do wonder about how we post positions because it is perfectly acceptable to post positions with preferred characteristics that include bilingual. And then salary supplements. There was a lot of agreement here as well. How do we differentiate for both EC teachers and IAs? I believe that for IAs, there was something in the implementation over the last few months that had that distinguishing factor in terms of their pay. That is not the case in the 22, 23 and what's being implemented right now. So I think that's something to look for in the recommendations that come to the board for classified salary schedules moving forward. And then similarly to the before, should bilingual staff have a stipend or a different pay grade in order to recognize and honor the amount of time that they spend and their expertise in needing to use that other language as a part of their duties in our school system. Next slide, please. So just going back over the timeline again, in green is what we've already done. Today we're continuing our discussion. Next week, there is a joint Board of Commissioners, Board of Education meeting where part of what will happen in that meeting will be the staff sharing with the county commissioners the discussion that has occurred so far with budget priorities. And then on April 11th, when there was a little switch here, the superintendent's proposed budget will come to the board for review and discussion. There will be public hearing on the budget and board discussion because the proposed budget is an item that comes before the board. I do believe those materials will be available prior to the meeting. And then on April 25th and May 9th, those are both opportunities for the board to review the superintendent's proposed budget to then align on where you want the board's proposed budget to be, because it is the board's proposed budget that is provided to the county commissioners. And I don't know if you would be ready on April 25th, but I think you could go as far as May 9th statutorily. I do believe the commissioners have a meeting on May 11th. Maybe it is when the county manager presents her budget to the commissioners. So that's pretty tight if it's May 9th to May 11th. Next slide. Happy to enter now into discussion. Really what I think staff needs is a little bit of opportunity to hear from the board on what you see as priorities. I do feel like the legislated slide is one that I think we can make a lot of commentary on about what's in there without a lot of ability to do anything about what's in there.
Thank you for this presentation, helping to organize the budget priorities under the different headings for us to digest, and it is on the priorities for discussion. So I want to turn to our board and see where will we begin. Ms. Chavez.
Thank you, Superintendent Moore, for your presentation and inviting us to give feedback again. I have a few questions about the legislative change that you were discussing. What would happen if you look at the previous year, there are a lot fewer students, and then so say this year, there are a lot fewer students than there are next year, but the teacher allotment is based on this year, and if it would no longer be calculated, into the next school year, are there still opportunities to be allotted more staff? Does that make sense?
The funding in arrears has a provision that if a district grows in the following year, then DPI will, as they have in the past, allot additional staff.
Okay.
They are keeping a reserve of funds for districts that are larger in the subsequent year than they were in the prior year, so that they will have funds from which to allot additional positions to schools.
Okay. You just won't be penalized if you go
Correct.
down. Okay. And then I also wanted to ask about CEP. When would I know the deadline for the application is approaching. When would ideally we need to make a decision about that, like vote on that?
So I guess my first question to the COO, and I'm not a fan of asking questions I don't know the answer to. Do you have a list of potential additional schools, or do you know what the timeline is?
I would have to send that to either Dr. Stewart or Sierra. I would not have that information.
Do
So-
we have to vote on that, or is that something that you all could?
I think it depends on if there's a financial component and an obligation, a financial obligation to it. So, of all of your current CEP schools, are there any local funds tied up currently in any of your CEP schools?
Currently, no. We are making note and placing that in the follow-up items.
Okay.
Thank you. I also wanted to ask, you mentioned that we might be in a better position to expand by a number of CEP schools and not the district. I just wanted to have more information from you why you would maybe suggest that.
I think that the questions about how you navigate the impact on how we draw down federal funds that are currently based on free and reduced lunch numbers needs more time, needs like a focus group to come together and have a discussion on, and make a plan for, because there are other districts that are fully CEP. And so I think that there are models, there are places to go either visit or investigate and bring back and see what could work here in Durham.
Okay, thank you. That makes sense. And I also wanted to ask about paying bilingual staff an extra stipend. I'm very interested in us doing this. We know that our bilingual staff play an extra, they perform more labor by doing that, and many schools have made a concerted effort to hire front desk staff who are bilingual. I was wondering if you could speak to if you have sort of a thought on other districts across the state, if you know to what extent other districts in North Carolina do this.
So not specifically that I know of other districts that do it, but I can think of a couple of options, right? So, and I think that the difficult piece is when it becomes, does it ever become sort of ubiquitous in terms of who we are as a community and who our people are that work in schools, and is it an extra duty or is it how we do business? And is it a priority in hiring or is it an extra duty, right? There's a decision point that has to be made there, because if it is an extra duty that for which there is a stipend, then you need to create a little bit of a job description and expectations around it, so that within a school, it wouldn't necessarily be every single bilingual staff member who is receiving that stipend, but those that have identified and are willing to take on the additional roles associated with what's in the description for the extra duty. And so that would be one way to do that. I don't know that there is a current contemplation or work that's been done around what an extra duty position would look like that is about providing bilingual support in a school. And I'm not aware of any that exists in the state anyway, but I'm sure that this is not a novel concept and we could research it. And because that I think might be a starting point, and you could set an expectation around that in our schools, in our divisions and departments and that sort of thing. And it becomes, an extra duty has a stipend associated with it. And, but you just have to be very clear on what it means in terms of, and I don't think it replaces, for example, the folks that you currently have providing translation and interpretation services. I think those would need to continue as they have, so.
Thank you. That's really helpful framing that I hadn't thought about before. So I think that would be, I would advocate for us exploring that, what that looks like to have bilingual staff to assess whether they are performing an extra duty and to what extent. I think that's absolutely true that there are bilingual staff who may not play that role because that's just not where they're not, facing, those maybe more Spanish speaking families or what have you. But anyway, so I'm interested in that. I wanted to say where I land with this, I continue to want to want us to move toward the market value increases for our classified staff. I think that's really important. I'm looking forward to seeing the models. One thing that I noticed in a deeper dive that Ms. Ajijo did, thank you, Ms. Ajijo, after our discussion last time, was that one area that we didn't hear much from these folks, but interpreters were one of those areas that were not at market rate. But there were a number of positions, and so I think it's important for morale. And I am especially, again, interested in us raising that living wage as much as possible and seeing what that would look like. The other thing I want to offer, maybe an unpopular opinion, but I am concerned about the amount that it will cost and also probably the efforts to do this around the global language teachers for next year at all schools. And I'm going to offer, what if we delayed that? I will say that when we were presented this, and I think it's such, I think it's a great proposal, but I am concerned that perhaps we will not get as much for our funds in that area as we might by spending in other areas. And so this was a concern I had when we were presented this this budget in August 22 at the board retreat. And I noticed that was one of the highest costs of growing together. So I want to put that out there. Not that I don't want our kids exposed to global language, but I am just a little bit concerned about the cost benefit there. That's all for me for right now. Thank you.
So Chair, Ms. Lewis, if I could ask, so what is your process as a board when you have an idea thrown out about something that I think we might want to do? How does staff get direction on that?
I mean, without consensus?
I mean, how do you either discuss, achieve consensus, or does it just hang there?
Typically, everyone will begin to weigh in some of the points that someone's made, as Ms. Chavez just did. And then we come back to it with follow-up actions or items, looking at how many people have weighed in, but it's not been formalized to say this is consensus to move forward or not. That typically the chair would summarize that at the end.
Thank you.
Ms. Byer.
So I thank you so much for continuing to lead us through this critical discussion. I think it's important to see that we start already with an $8 million ask without us doing anything, and then we build from there. That's the reality that we find ourselves in North Carolina as we are downstream from politicians making different decisions about the needs of students in North Carolina. I think it's important for us to continue through this process to rebuild trust. And one thing that I think would be helpful as we continue to do that is to do the deep dives into some things that we might eliminate, things that we might make different decisions about, and bring that level of transparency to the public. Even if that's central office spending, things like that are really important for folks to see as an example of those departments digging in and not continuing things that are ineffective and not evidence-based. Similarly, we've heard concerns and I had been asking for a while for it to be brought about allotments and what each school gets for a certain number of employees, for a certain number of students, what you get for a counselor and an assistant principal, like allotment detail. And so I think that coming forward will be important as we look for consistency school to school and not have questions. And I think it's also helpful to frame it in what the state gives and then how we supplement and add to that locally. and then help us vision where we would like to get to. We've done it with counselors trying to meet the national ratio. We've done it, you're talking social workers here, like helping us build, even if it's a multi-year kind of vision. I think grounding it in where the state starts and where Durham adds to it is super important and helpful in our conversations with commissioners. I know one of the things I've been concerned about is these ESRA positions that you talked about. And while I know we can absorb the people in other ways, to me, having more information about what functions they are performing, those 140 people, and how those have been of benefit to students would be important as we lead forward. I know that our staff have been incredibly discouraged by decisions that this board has made. I know that we remain committed to investing in our people, and maybe some kind of detail that continues to explain what percentage of our budget actually goes to staff and benefits is an important reminder as we continue to build a budget forward. So most everything you've brought is just so important to continuing to support students. The classified staff, we all are anxiously awaiting that proposal from the comptroller and staff coming in 2 weeks. And that is still the plan, hopefully. And and then I think people will want to have some feedback about that going forward. I think neighboring district is doing master's pay, and we had asked about that 2 years ago or more. So I think that continues to be critical. Teacher supplements. Again, we want to lead the state, right? In all salaries, it's always been my goal, at least for Durham, to lead the state. And we know that that's important for living wages in this community. What I would hope that we could continue to have in our conversation with commissioners is that for our living wage to at least match the county's living wage. That to me is critical, and I believe they're above $19 an hour. So I think if we can have that conversation with them next week, I'd like to hear their thoughts on what it would take for us to be able to continue to, both in our memorandum of understanding, but to link Durham Public Schools as an employer along with Durham County, that together we lift all employees so that we don't get in situations where their social workers are paid more than ours or vice versa. I've said a lot and I haven't let you say anything, and yeah, you look like you're reaching for your.
Well, I was just gonna say one thing about the living wage and raising the minimum salary in the district. I think when you position an entire district to avoid the type of compression that you've seen over the years, based on how legislative increases have come across, based on how asks have occurred for local dollars and that sort of thing. When you raise the minimum wage, you should increase your budget by what's needed to address compression all the way through the salary scale to avoid that. And that is a much bigger ask, but it's the only way to keep positions from falling all over on top of each other and potentially having folks that are in a higher sort of bracket of pay where other employees and other job classifications then catch up. You're creating more compression in the scale and that's what the state did when they raised the minimum wage to $15 an hour and didn't do anything else. So what is incumbent there is on the district really to look at their capacity and to work with their local commissioners to have an ask of the budget that addresses that compression all the way through the scales.
Yeah, I really appreciate it because it is both and that's definitely how I think I'll be evaluating the classified schedule that comes forward, because everybody's important, and people's ability to move and step throughout their career is so important. I'm curious, especially as we work to build capacity for after-school care, how we can do that and actually dig in and understand how much of the ESSER funding is actually propping that up this year. I know a lot of our instructional assistants are filling some of those roles for us, and you know, I know it's our desire to maximize what we can do, and then also to work with community agencies to maximize what the community can join us in doing and supporting. And so I think those will be critical, especially if there's ESSER funding that is currently kind of artificially propping up after school. I'm sorry that Ms. Chavez is here, but left, but she is probably listening. I believe we have to fulfill the obligations that we made to growing together to this community. This is a multi-year plan that took us years to get to. And the global language investment is largely what is strengthening neighborhood schools, which is actually the foundation of growing together. It was not adding much more choice. It was regionalizing choice and actually strengthening neighborhood schools in tandem together. So I disagree with Ms. Chavez, but I look forward to seeing how we can fulfill the promises that we made to the community. And then the other was just, do we have any estimate of the impact of school vouchers and what is happening with the crazy, ridiculous expansion of school vouchers in the state of North Carolina, and how that might impact us?
I think I'll just say that so one of the way vouchers and the expansion has worked this year, you've seen it in the news, the number of applications might for the first time ever exceed the funds available. That's never been the case. There's always been funds left over. But of course, they took all the income restrictions off. So now anybody who is in a private school can request subsidized private school through the voucher process. The other piece that is important about how the system is set up is that information comes to a school system also in arrears. You don't know who or how many of your students, you cannot confirm, that may have chosen an option to go to a private school that were previously in DPS until after a year. We would know more next year on that question.
Yeah, I saw a Zoom meeting for a new charter Montessori school trying to start in Durham in 25, 26, a new charter, because we need that. Like we don't need that, just to be clear. And I think it's important for us to continue to message to our families why their choices do matter and how we're going to deliver the school system that they deserve.
In the expanded Montessori options that they now have in Durham Public Schools.
Exactly. Close to home. I don't know how we do this without a significant ask and communication of the specific needs to our commissioners, but I do believe that our commissioners are progressive in joining us in this journey as we build this system and help pay our employees better. So I look forward to further detail as we wrestle with this budget going forward.
Thank you, Ms. Byers. Chair Umstead, were you gonna speak earlier? Did you want to speak now? Oh. Ms. Valladares.
Yes. I actually I'm gonna give my spiel again because this is exactly what happens. Anytime folks are in a crunch, we start opening the sacrifice table and deciding what is the least important thing that needs to go. And that is very personal to me. And the reason why is because I mentioned that I'm a graduate of Durham Public Schools. I actually graduated from Hillside High School. Do you know how many people that spoke my language worked in my building at that time? Do you know that my children go to Hillside? And I'm very proud that Hillside actually has now, not as many as we need, but there are families who no longer avoid open house because there's no point. And when we think about how systems can sacrifice the least important in quotations, it is usually out of the service of the most vulnerable. And I said this last time when the controller came, what are the two limitations that the state hits us with? And those are limited English proficiency supports like ESL and children with disabilities, our EC program. And those are the two things I will not ever be okay with putting on a sacrifice table, whether it is growing together, a program that is actually bringing educators. We have not been able to be successful at representation, including our own strategic plan. We did not meet that 10%, imagine out of 100% of educators in DPS, we could not even meet 10%. And I'm not talking about teachers. We said educators, from the bus drivers to the cafeteria to the custodial staff. And I am not breaking any closed session thing, but I look at every single report as we all do. And where we see our bilingual folks showing up is in classified. And that is wonderful. But we need to make sure that we have the instructional piece that is about opening up opportunities for children of all ages and all races, because the dual language immersion programs and the global programs are not just for one group. And I've had to challenge administrators on this, that it is not for one group. It is a combined effort where children who have an ability to speak one language have advantage not for the whole time. Then they get to also work with their peers, and then then it switches. There's so much that I can go on about the research showing how this affects relationships, how this affects equity in the school system, including bullying, that I recently had to send to administration about an ESL student whose experience was that she was bullied because of language barriers. And don't get me started that this week, just a few days ago, and continue to hear about ways that we have to meet our kids where they're at. We have to be inclusive and we have to be equity minded. And that sacrifice table cannot continue to just dispose of programs that are actually going to help us leverage what we have. If we don't have them here, if Durham is not producing bilingual teachers, even though we have our pipeline programs, if we have 5 coming from DREAM or maybe a dozen coming from NCCU, the TA to teacher program, that is not giving us at the pace that we need, because these are programs that last 2 years, right? So we're not ready yet. And we have Growing Together doing this opportunity to actually hire personnel who are going to help us with representation, with equity, with relationships, including with families. Now, within that, I do give discretion to administration to determine how they're doing that allocations at the schools, because I don't want a school not to have a front desk person. And I don't think that it's mutually exclusive. We have to do that. We have to honor that schools need front desk staff. And so the sacrifice table needs to be, number one, how do we continue to be fiscally responsible, including looking at all our funds, and our controllers looking at all our things. And community has asked for cash flows and asked for different things, because this is all about money. And these budget priorities that we're asking for have very important things that we cannot sacrifice. So I thank our superintendent for bringing this to us. And I'm just going to say I have more to say, but I'm going to stop here, because last time I said, do not. We cannot afford to do this to our students, to our families. Waiting for 30 years to kind of see something like this. And I'm not the only one. I'm not the only one waiting for 30 years for something like this. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Valladares. Ms. Umstead?
I can go next. Thank you all for this budget priorities discussion. I forget how you phrased this. I think it's important to really note, as Ms. Byers said, that and I like using the language of legislated. If nothing else, the cost of just doing business the same way we've done business is going to be an increased $8 million, which includes some raises, as well as the other things that we just have to do. And then thinking about the additional things that we know we want to do in that following slide. We know in the past, in the relationship with our county commissioners, we have tried to get our budget numbers to them earlier rather than later, so they can consider those as the county manager is putting together her budget. So I'm glad that we're going to have some of this discussion next week. And I would look at us board. I think the sooner we can get some numbers, even if we haven't adopted our full budget yet, to them, the better, so they can be thinking about this as their budget is being developed. I said, I think last week, that I would love to, I've been thinking about this in how do we support our students' academic and SEL needs, as well as how do we do educator recruitment and retention. And I use educator because I am talking about everyone from all the people who work for our DPS school system, right? Every person who's employed by DPS is an educator. And so thinking about, those are the kind of priorities I'm thinking about as I'm thinking about what to focus on in our budget. And thinking really creatively about what levers are the right ones in the financial budgets that we have that can help increase that retention. So thinking about the bilingual staff, thinking about the extra duty pay, thinking about those master's pay, like what are the ways that we can support needs that we know we have, getting folks that we want to keep also in the district, as well as recruiting new folks to the district in so many of our high needs areas. I'm sorry, some of what I'm saying has been said already. I don't want to belabor the point too long, but I also think about those ESSER funds and what are the positions that they're holding up, what those positions do, where do they fall in the educator recruitment and retention and supporting our students, and what other funds might we need to help support what those positions and those funds are doing right now. And I think that also probably goes to capital as well, because we know that some of our capital needs we use a lot of ESSER funding to support those. So I know there's a capital increase there, but just having a little information about what ESSER is supporting. And I know y'all have brought it all over the course of the last 2 years, but we might need to compile that list so we can see it all together. And to the point around allotment details, I think it will be helpful for us to have information around that, but we also know, like, our principals have some ownership when it comes to allotment. So what you asked for, Ms. Byer, I think if we can get some information too about how principals work with allotments, that might be helpful as we navigate that information. And I also support trying to keep the global language teachers for growing together. That feels really important as a part of the commitment we made to our community as we adopted this plan. I don't want to even, I think we can think about, is there a phased implementation or some other way to consider how we do that? But I think we need to ask for what we need, and then we can consider what happens after that. I think that closes my comments.
Thank you, Chair Umstead. Ms. Carter Alton.
Thanks. I'll build on what my colleagues have said, and just like the way that I'm thinking about this again is our job is to educate children. At minimum, we need adequate staff in our buildings. We need highly trained staff, and we need safe school buildings. So I guess if we're looking at, for me, my priorities to clearly communicate them are, again, the classified salary increase, working to get our staff towards market rate, especially when we're comparing to neighboring districts, with our focus on our lowest paid staff, our staff that serve our EC students, and our bilingual staff. So I want to make sure that those are included in the models that are brought to us at the next meeting. Certified salary supplement, I'd like to see this at least the 12% that was in the slides tonight, and to learn more about what that would look like in practice. Master's pay, supplements for EC and bilingual staff. And then I appreciate you bringing the capital needs to us. When I say safe schools, I mean like schools that have mold in them, schools that are where the temperature is like really wonky. Kids can't learn and teachers can't teach when it's 85 degrees in a classroom or when it's 50 degrees in a classroom. So like those, we need to at least make sure that our school buildings are adequate learning environments, right? And then I guess to close, I too am looking at like
I think, of course, we all want all the things, but we have to make the difficult decisions about what we do not need to be doing and where we do not need to be spending money. Like, where can we have cost savings? And I think, we need to do more in order to know what we do not need to be doing. We need to do a better job of evaluating the work that we're doing, right? So like when we put money into a program or into an initiative, we have to build in just a basic evaluation into everything we're doing, a pre-post, something like really, I'm not talking about bringing in academics every time, but like something that's very straightforward. Otherwise, we're going to just keep throwing money at things and not know whether it is actually helping us to achieve the outcomes that we want to see. I think that is all. Oh, and I will also say, I guess I'm curious, we've been talking about ESSER a lot. We want to know more. We want to know more. What's the plan? So like, when can we expect to like have a broader discussion about this and something brought to us with more details about what the situation is and what a proposal is for how we move forward that we can then weigh in on?
You're talking about specifically the ESSER funding?
Yes.
Okay, I think that the way I asked that question of staff this week was, what is do we have continuing obligations that are currently on ESSER funding? For example, the 140 staff are not a continuing obligation because they're on a term contract that ends when the grant funding ends. But the question I asked was, do we have continuing obligations on ESSER funds? Did we move anything that we have to continue to pay for once ESSER is no longer there? So I'm waiting on the answer to that. And that's not a real simple answer either, because in some cases, for example, operations could be an example where there were some contracts that could have been moved to ESSER funds based on the allowable uses of ESSER funds, that then freed up dollars in operations to do other deferred maintenance type needs that maybe weren't suitable for ESSER funds, which is why that's sort of a tricky way to answer that, because the funds will be there still in operations to do the things that had been pushed to ESSER once we bring them back, but then the ability to continue to do the work for the items that were not able to be paid for out of ESSER. And a lot of that has to do with how we are providing support to our oldest schools with greatest needs with regards to their facilities. And let me just also say, with regards to the allotment questions that's coming up, and apologies to my staff who will hear this for the first time. You need an allotment 101 that basically just shows you what are the formulas, how are they applied to schools, so that you can see all of that, because there are formulas, they are applied to schools. Principals are earned based on those formulas, and then you need to understand where is the flexibility in those formulas that are decisions made at the school level, because I think that's really important too. That sometimes those funds go to schools with some flexibilities, and the building level principal is charged with the distribution of those resources, not central services. And so the principal makes decisions about how to use those resources. And if there is flexibility in those resources, a principal may choose to do more of this and less of this based on flexibility that's allowed. So, but I think an allotment 101 that allows you to understand what the baseline formulas are, how they earn those allotments, what they look like, what's differentiated by grade level, and what the source of funds for it all is, at least provides a starting point for that discussion. I will also tell you that I do not believe that we have time to change much with regards to allotment formulas, because those go out in the next couple of weeks. But what we can have is a greater transparency around what the formulas are, what the resources are that are earned, and how they are used in schools. And then if there is a desire to take a look at that, that's work that happens in the summer and the fall, prior to the next year's budget cycle, because you'll know what you want to ask for if there's a fiscal impact or you give schools the time they need to reconfigure. The one thing that I do think we need to implement for next year is schools need to work within their budgeted allotment. And these situations where schools have been able to go outside of that allotment need to have a tighter process, rationale, and identified funding source for how we move forward with doing that. Because sometimes, you do have to sometimes go outside of the allotment formula, because especially in elementary school, when you think about K-3 class size, the mandated legislation, children do not come to us in nice, neat little packages of 16 and 17. So you do have to make adjustments for that. So we want to, we want to recognize where the constraints are and how we deal with them, but we also want to understand that we do have an amount from which we need to work.
May I make one extra comment and that you reminded me of? One other thing that is very important to me is that as we are, I recognize that we made a commitment to roll out Growing Together, which in some ways is expanding our magnet and our application programs. And I think we do need to honor those commitments, but it's very important to me that we do not lose sight of our base schools or our neighborhood schools in this process. There's a lot of like a rat race here in Durham to apply to these application schools. And I would like to lift up our base at any turn that's possible. So when we're looking at where we might be cutting or where we might be supplementing, I want us to always remember that all of our schools deserve greatness.
I just want to follow up with your question, Ms. Carter-Alton. I think that we've asked a lot of questions, but the other thing I would want us to think about is what do we need to make budget decisions, right? So we can get a lot of information. What part of ESSER would help us inform our budget priorities so that we can be clear about what we need? And so I want to just help us. Again, we can have a lot, but we need to understand how much we want to ask for from the county. And then we'll need to, once we just figure out what that money is that we'll get, we have to do some prioritization of what they can fully fund our ask. I'm gonna speak that into existence. And if not, then we have to think about where the prioritization comes from. So as we're thinking about information, what do we need to be able to make decisions? I think it's an important lens for us to consider.
Not just that one follow-up to piggyback on Ms. Carter-Alta. You mentioned program evaluations, and I know that one of the slides talked about departmental ask. And so my question's for you, Superintendent Moore. We know that like some programs are not all or none, that this is going to get you an A or this, we look at overall growth that's happening within the school, the different programs that are there. Is it accurate that the departmental leads have program evaluations that are already happening? And it may not be all of them, but is that typical process when certain departments have certain programs or certain schools have certain programs, that there is some sort of checks and balance on, is this being successful and being tracked?
So I would probably want to ask any staff who might be available to answer that question, because I haven't gotten that far. But what I have said is that generally, outside of a robust sort of data research and accountability division in a district, and most school districts really don't have, that does not become the priority in terms of how they allocate their staff and their resources. And even then, when you have that staff and resources, the work that you have to do is then train the people who implement programs on what program evaluation looks like, how to build logic models, how to sort of live out the adage that, I can't remember who said it, rarely can you fix by analysis what you bungle in design. So if you don't know what your logic model is with your desired outcomes ahead of time, and you haven't mapped out how you're going to progress monitor it over a period of time, then you never can answer the question on what makes a difference or did it make a difference. That capacity is not widespread in the district right now. And I think that's true of most educational districts. It is not something where a lot of time and money is spent. But the biggest resource we have are our people and the funds that we apply towards the people and the programs. And so my initial observation is that is an area of growth. But if there are specific places where we already know it's happening, I would defer to, I don't, Dr. King or other staff who might be available to understand that.
I would agree with your characterization, Ms. Moore. I would note, however, that we recently added a program evaluation piece to a position with the mindset that we need to move in that direction more strategically and seriously. So, you know, in terms of of what I've seen since I've been here, program evaluation has not been a significant priority, but it is certainly something that we'd like to move forward with and begin to develop more significantly across the district.
And I'll just add one last thought to that. When we don't conduct robust program evaluation and train staff at all levels, and this includes the school level as well, because our school building administrators can choose programming for their schools as well. When you don't do that, you end up in the place of continuing to put things on the plates of our educators in our classrooms and never taking anything off because you don't know what's making a difference. And we wonder why, you know, folks are overwhelmed. And the thing about it is you may have an educator doing something in a classroom or in a school or a program that people love and they think it serves a valid purpose, but you may not actually see that it's making a difference in the intended outcome or the achievement or the growth of students. And then you may have other things that people really don't like that have been shown in research to make a difference. And having been in a large district that did lots of program evaluations, 95% of them had a paragraph at the end in the summary that said that it was difficult to determine the effectiveness of the implementation of the program or the resource or the dollars due to a lack of fidelity of implementation. And so it is complex, and that getting to there is a multi-year process that starts with one person that's hired with program evaluation as a part of their work, who then builds a model and a framework and a structure for what that looks like across the district, and it's going to take time to do it. But it is possible to say to folks prior to bringing anything forward right now, you have to figure out a way to build in that component to the front end of what you're doing. And so we have to start, even if we start small, with desired outcomes, timeline, how we're going to measure, just very simply, before we get into the more complicated logic models and the other pieces that go along with program evaluation. But it is desperately work that is needed and is important.
And I just want to acknowledge for the million of viewers that we have online, there's a lot of head nodding going on in here, some finger snapping, that this is resonating. So thank you for answering that question, Ms. Moore and Dr. King. Did you want to build on that, Ms.
I just wanted to, thank you, Ms. Lewis. I think this conversation is incredibly robust, and it also, you know, Ms. Moore, if you're not going to be here to see it through, maybe help us also even on contract evaluation, right? We get contracts all the time. We don't know, you know, for IT stuff, we don't know if any students are using things. We've asked for this for years. So any better practices that don't necessarily go to full program evaluation, but go to, is what we're investing in useful to our students and our educators, right? And our staff. I mean, so sometimes it doesn't have to be full program evaluation, but, you know, 95% of students, you know, are using this on a weekly basis. I mean, you know, data like that also helps inform decision-making. We've gotten a whole lot of just trust us, and yeah, I'll just leave it there.
And when you said that, just made me think, actually, the social emotional learning, when we talked about implementing that, and it was really laid out in the strategic plan, and whether or not it was being implemented with fidelity. And those are metrics that were brought back to us on what that fidelity looked like, along with just the metrics of like class dojo or different applications that are being used, we do get those numbers on a regular basis. So I think this is, again, a great robust conversation. Thank you, Ms. Carter Alton, for opening this door. Ms. Rogers.
Thank you for this presentation. It's helpful. It really kind of brings us together with the discussion we had 2 weeks ago. As Chair Umstead requested, my questions are around things we need to get to approving the budget. I appreciate what everybody has offered here. Ms. Chavez, I appreciate you asking about what we can carve back and pull back. I am not sure that I'm all the way there yet. And in order to get there, I'd love a report on how hiring is going for DLI and for Montessori and the global languages. Will we meet that mark? Because if we aren't on track to meet the mark for hiring, then we're gonna have to reassess anyway, and figure that out. I'd love to know how much is being invested in that recruitment and what that recruitment looks like. CP, it feels like we've been just like cranking at it. I'd love to see a demonstration of what the losses could be. What's at stake. I'd like to see us really being attentive to the fact that some of our elementary schools are CEP and people are being forced to go to other schools that aren't CEP, and how we might be able to support those families that rely on that CEP. And I've said this before, as we convene a committee to talk about whether or not we go district-wide CEP, I'd like to see if there's a policy about how we evaluate how that expansion happens. If that needs to be created so that we aren't having these departments constantly fighting with each other about implementation and on what time schedule that's implemented. Let's see. Aftercare, I know that we said some of that's being propped up with ESSER funding. Can we look into our ability, what we earmarked some of the Mackenzie Scott money for some aftercare, and I'd love an update about that to see if that's exhausted or if that's for next year. Yeah, because I can't exactly remember how it was earmarked. The other thing that comes up for me is that in the previous couple of years, we've done a $20 per pupil bonus for principals at each school. Like, has it been made clear that that is not happening in this budget? And I mean, I'm not sure that it's
You're talking about the student incentives.
Yeah.
The student,
And it wasn't something that was in our budget request, right? It was
Right.
something that was already, I guess, kind of in what the system has done. So that was something that came, if I remember correctly, I'm looking at staff, it was something that came in the fall as an allocation based on what we had available in our budget. Dr. Stewart is nodding yes behind you. So it wasn't a new budget item request.
Right. So I guess, are we gonna do that again? If there's funding? Like, I don't want anybody to be surprised that that might not be a thing.
What was the incentive?
There was a per pupil, per student, dollar amount that students received. You want to answer that, Dr. Smith? Yes.
Good evening.
Sorry. What did I say?
We allotted, based on funds that were available, $20 per pupil at each school to be used towards their incentive plan for students as well as staff.
And again, that was within money that was already in the budget. It was not part of the new ask.
Yeah, I think I'd like some clarity around if we're doing that going forward or not.
Okay.
And if we're talking about how we're cutting back, what the guidelines would be for incentives. Particularly around high stakes testing and how that's being invested. I know that's sort of evaluative, but yeah. Those are my questions.
Dr. Stewart.
Thank you. Just remember, we created an equity plan for spending and it had 4 domains that were connected to it. And so we will allow that information to resurface.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, never mind.
No, I'm good.
All right. I have not said anything yet. I will go and make it quick and then come back around. So for me, priority is our people, as we talked about earlier, fully supporting, prioritizing our staff. I do appreciate your input regarding the living wage match and how the entire scale is impacted. I remember a conversation you and I also had about when we do these types of increases, fund generating departments such as child nutrition is also impacted to be able to pay their staff. So again, looking at the whole picture for these the living wage matches and things like that.
Right.
And make sure that's factored into the budget. Not that it can't happen, but that we know completely the impact is important. One of my questions for you is about the Mackenzie Scott funding. I know in the last meeting I asked to see what has been funded so far and where are we at with our allocations. And the reason that I asked that is because I did look it up to see that the global language position was as a part of it, and it was at 2.8 million, and yours was projected as well. So I am supportive of global languages going forward, doing what we said that we were going to do with the Growing Together. And as we also look at the infrastructure for that to happen, the budget. I believe that it was, if I remember the conversation, it was February 2023 when I pulled this up, but it was about using this to start us off, but knowing that positions are reoccurring to be able to make a request for staffing later from the county commissioner. So if we were, one question is, have you had a chance to look at that? Yeah, I know you've done a lot. And then 2, I am supportive also of a multi-year beginnings for the ask of what that year 2 would look like, and possibly if that is a part of Mackenzie Scott, and then year 2 being a request from the county commissioners that they know is coming ahead of time.
Right. So a couple things there. First, with regards to, and you may be getting an update more about this in a little bit, but Dr. Pittman and I have worked through some of the requests that are needed to implement the Growing Together, in particular with the positions being funded, likely being, the plan right now is for them to fund them out of Mackenzie Scott and carry them as long as you can. And it would be at least a year, 2 years, 2 years that would be remarkable. It would mean other areas weren't spending or weren't needed in order for that to happen. So that would eventually turn into an ask to continue. But I think year 1 can probably come out of Mackenzie Scott, which does reduce at least some of the numbers on one of these slides. I do want to go back to what you said about like cafeteria workers or CNS staff and increases there. CNS is an enterprise fund, which means that their revenues from sales of meals is what pays the salaries as well as the expenses of CNS. So when the district raises the minimum wage, if you are not making the additional dollars in the enterprise by selling more meals or higher priced meals, then you are not covering the costs of the raise for the staff in that division or department. And so you have to allow for that in how you budget locally by either finding additional funds somewhere and subsidizing that, or doing the work to ensure increased participation that brings in greater revenue. And I think CEP allows you to request federal reimbursement for everyone that's coming through the line at a rate that's higher that will generate some more revenues. So you gain in one place and you lose in another. So that is something that we have to pay attention to. And what was the other one you asked about?
I'll come back to, it was about a multi-year plan.
Oh, yeah. So, what I will say about a multi-year plan is I'm not a multi-year superintendent. And so if we put something in place with the assumption that it is going to be phased out over one or more years in order to prepare the community, prepare the commissioners, give the staff some sense of what the priorities will be and stay in place for however many years you're trying to do it. It will be the board that needs to carry that on with your permanent superintendent and make sure that as he or she comes in, that is explained, and that person also buys in and sees the value, or they, whoever it is might have a much better option and plan for how to do this. So
I do think to that point, if we could, as you actually do the proposed budget, have a slide of just upcoming year items so that we all can have a sense of what is coming, right? What we might be funding now with certain grant that might need to come differently in the next year. We know we won't have everything, right? With budget, state budget, and all those different things might come up, but I think it will help give us some priority around multiple years, even without numbers. Just we know there's additional positions or this coming in the upcoming years, and we can see that through as a board.
And I think that also aligns with, typically we have what's called deferred needs. So we get to see the deferred needs again and again. This also is knowing that we're planning for more than 1 year. And I think that's helpful that we're coming back to this conversation. Just two more things. People first, prioritizing that. And then culture is really important when we're considering programs. I'm still impacted by the sense of belonging, the culture of belonging for our middle school students, and wanting to promote that in regards to programming. Any programming that helps to impact the culture and climate in our school system, to get that sense of belonging, I think is important in our budget requests. Going back to what was found in our panoramic studies a few years ago, being lower than other districts. Did I say that right? And I said panorama surveys. Panorama.
Title I schools or all schools?
All
schools had our panoramas.
Okay.
Yeah. And then one of the data points was that our middle school was lower than other middle school students.
Okay.
And their sense of belonging. So when we're looking at programming funding that supports that. And then capital improvement, I am glad that you had that 4 million asked, because we have many, many needs. We'll have another presentation coming up about our capital improvement needs. And I saw allotments for social workers. I'm always one proponent for social workers and mental health, but also think about our allotments for our operations. I'm going to advocate for you, Mr. Johnson, in that we have 4 new schools, but we haven't added new positions in operations for things such as plumbing. Where they're having more schools being added. So I just want to, we didn't talk about it as a prioritization, but I do want to put it on the table with the departmental asks that are coming. When do we look at allotments for operations? And then the last thing is, I saw on a date, we had March 14th as our joint Board of County Commission, Board of Education meeting. And we had a survey that was done, and I think the majority of us could make that, except for our board chair. I just want to follow up to see, because I think we're having that in the commissioners' chambers, and wanted to know if you were able to be there or not, because I think it's important that our board chair be there as we're talking about budget moving forward.
It is important, but considering that 6 out of the 7 of y'all can be there in person, I think it's important for the 6 of you all to be there. I'll be able to join virtually. So I'll be online virtually during the meeting. And I've communicated with the county commissioner folks, so they'll be ready to have me join in virtually.
Okay, that was good. And because we never had that many, usually 2 or 3 of us. So it's just really important that you could be there, and I'm glad they were able to work that out. That's it for all that I had with the budget. Thank you, Ms. Valladares.
Some mic malfunction. We just went through elections, and I'm not talking about political things here, but folks who come up, they ask, what do you do as a school board? What is our main mandate? And the main mandate that we have is to provide a free and appropriate public education to all our students. It is to honor the rights, individual rights of students, Civil Rights Act of 1964. For students to come to our campuses and know that they will not be discriminated against because of anything. And anybody who says that we don't have any work to do along Civil Rights Act of 1964 in Durham Public Schools just needs to visit our schools and needs to hear the families. And the families share their stories about inequities, about discrimination, about barriers, even programs that sometimes provide somebody who's in a role but can be an advocate is a game changer. So yes, our people are our biggest resources, and we need to understand what the mandate is as a board. When I heard that we had students performing at 9.6% out of 100% in the district, and that number was not made public up until recently. And I thank Dr. Stewart for her leadership, because as soon as she hit the ground running, as soon as she became chief of schools, there's 2 Dr. Stewarts in the district, maybe more. So I just want to clarify that there's a Dr. Stewart at one of our schools, but I'm talking about Dr. Stewart in our cabinet, who's our chief of schools, hit the ground running and immediately started working and looking at that data, 9.6 to 16% proficiency. We are failing any child who is performing, any group, any subgroup in our district that is performing at 9.6 or 16%, when others are performing upwards of 80, close to 90. That is a big inequity. And I hear what we are seeing on paper about things that we think we can cut, and I just want us to know that by us continuing to create an environment where all children can learn, all families can feel welcome. Every culture, every person, regardless of origin, which is the Civil Rights Act of 1964, we have to keep that in mind. Any program, including Growing Together, that is going to help us further that in terms of equity, in terms of access, in terms of every child having art. We said every child is going to have STEM, and we said every child is going to have languages in every school. Did I say that correctly? Like, Growing Together is supposed to provide access to everybody. So I just want to remind us, because I sat in a subcommittee meeting with Dr. King, where for the first time in like 10 years, we bought curriculum for languages that we had never had before. Did I get that right? That it was for the first time, because we're buying curriculum that we did not have. We've been doing literacy curriculum, math curriculum, and I love these advances because I have talked to educators who talked about those times when they had to go online and pull things from online, and that is not a service to our children. We are here to instruct our kids. So anything with instruction, I'm not willing to sacrifice. It is their due right to an education. And it is the first time that we have global languages curriculum, first time in, we haven't had curriculum in 10 years that has been purchased by this district. So we have to continue to keep in mind that our children deserve, just like the Growing Together vision of every child having STEM, every child having access to arts, and every child having access to languages. This is what our predecessors had, in terms of an education and access to things. And this country is full of languages. So we have to prepare our children for a global economy where they will be multilingual and will be prepared to work from anywhere in the world. So I'm just going to say that is the piece about languages. When it comes to paying our staff and paying our classified staff, I do go back to the controller, and he said his wheels were turning because we did a salary study that was supposed to give market valuations, and that market rate is important. And there's more to that. There were conversations and focus groups where folks who had roles, it was determined that they had multiple jobs that were happening, and they were experiencing not only compression, but also, multiple duties. And those could be extra duties, but we won't know that until we implement that study that was done. And I'm not saying that just one document or one report is going to give us the full story, but it gives us very vital information. And so the controller said he wanted to work on ways that we can implement that. And I appreciate that also being in our budget priority. I think those are my 2 priorities for us to make sure that we don't sacrifice anything with Growing Together, that it has to do with instruction, with languages, with kids' due rights to have STEM, arts, and languages. But then we also need to make sure that we also look at the salaries and the implementation. And so I think that those for me are my two priorities, paying people and also creating environments where kids' civil rights are honored and they have a better chance in this global economy and that they're getting their FAPE. Thank you.
Thank you. Short, Ms. Byer. Okay, so ready to wrap
Yeah.
this one up.
And
And Ms. All right.
sorry, it will be short. District-wide CEP as is still a goal and a dream of mine. And I feel like we have heard from the instructional staff on it, but we never heard from nutritional staff. And so I'm hoping that as we go forward, the information from them will be able to be heard on the nutritional basis, but also why not? Why not apply this year district-wide? Like, why not, as part of growing together, that your child at least every elementary school is going to get fed? Like, I'd love to be convinced why we can't do it. I haven't been convinced yet. And if it's a cost that we need to ask for from the county, then why not roll that into our county ask? The capital needs, I think it's important for us to remind the commissioners what we get on a cost per square footage and how our square footage has grown. So Mr. Johnson, like that number of continuing to remind it in a formulaic way. And then we can't back away from our commitment to universal pre-K and the elements of expanding pre-K that are baked into growing together and expanding that regionally. And I think our commissioners will join us in that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Byer. Ms. Chavez, about the budget?
All right, I just wanted to make one last set of comments here. I'll try to keep it brief. I just wanted to say I appreciated everybody's opinion about my what was it turns out an unpopular opinion. That's right. So this is what I wanted to say. I'm gonna offer this, and I think it's I appreciate the the healthy debate, but I am increased. What I most desire to do is increase our outcomes for our students who are disproportionately underserved right now, or performing due to a plethora of systemic issues lower than their peers, and that's Black and Latinx kids, that is EC kids and ESL kids, and kids of low SES. And so my proposal around the world language, I just want to say this, is that I think I look forward to the program evaluation. I'm very interested in in increasing that and all of that. And I'm very much pro our kids being exposed to world languages. But my offer was, or my thought is that world language class once a week may most benefit non-Latinx kids. I'm interested in us having like DLI throughout the district where kids truly learn Spanish and English, and that is deeply affirmative of our students who learn Spanish first. And so, and I'm all about strengthening our neighborhood schools, but I think I do want to consider the cost and things. And I think the representation piece is really important. That's something that I have worked on to increase our representation of Latinx teachers and teachers of color for the district. But are there other ways to increase outcomes for our students of color? I do believe if we center our marginalized students, then everyone benefits from that. And we still have many programs and many metrics where you can see, despite the fact that 20 or less than 20% of our student population is white, they are succeeding according to some of these metrics more than our students of color, and that's not fair. So anyway, I offer that to say, are there, I want us to put our money into people that will increase a sense of belonging, academic achievement, and parent engagement for our Latinx kids, for all of our students of color. That said, it was an unpopular opinion, and That's all I have to say. Thanks.
All right, thank you. This is about the budget as well. Really quickly, we've been on it for a while now, and I think we got 1, 2, 3, 4 more items that are heavy topics growing together. All right, go ahead.
It'll be
Jessica.
super quick, I promise. I just wanted to follow up in light of what Chair Umstead said about making specific asks to lead us in the direction of where we need to go. So I would really love to see how much would it cost us to provide supplements for our ECIAs, our EC certified staff and our EC classified staff? How much would it cost, again, an estimate, for us to provide some sort of a supplement or a stipend to our bilingual staff that are asked to use their other language in their daily job duties? And how much would it cost us, or what is a proposal for how we could implement universal CEP across the district? Like, I hear we have to make that quickly, make that decision quickly. At our next meeting, could we see this all laid out for us? Here's the pros and cons. Here's what you might lose. Here's how we could navigate this so we can make a really informed decision about that. Thank you.
All right, so then this was up for discussion. I believe that concludes our discussion on agenda item 3A. Now we are moving to 4A, Chief of Staff, Social Media Litigation.
Good evening,
Good evening.
Chair Lewis, board members, and Superintendent Moore, and community members. I'd like to invite Ms. Ward Black to the podium at this time. And while she's quick, just want to give a brief introduction. There's quite a lengthy précis available in board docs for people to kind of give some background to what Ms. Ward Black is going to speak on. But I'll just read a couple of sentences from that for the public so they have some way to kind of figure out what it is that Ms. Ward Black is going to be sharing with us. The board will hear from Ms. Ward Black, who is working with other firms in leading litigation for school systems against social media companies. The board will then have the opportunity to review that information about the lawsuit against the social media companies and may at that time take action to approve the contingency fee retainer agreement, which is included in the board docs documents, as well as the filing of a lawsuit on behalf of Durham Public Schools against Meta, Snap, ByteDance, and Google. Ms. Ward Black.
Thank you, Dr. Giovanni. Thank you, members of the board, for allowing me to come present to you this evening. I'm also very happy for you that you're enjoying Dr. Moore, and I've gotten to see Dr. Moore work in another context, and so I'm very happy that you have such a wonderful person to be able to support you at this time. You're doing some really important work, and it is really difficult. And so I hope everybody can just take a deep breath for a minute and not think about the budget, because hopefully what we're going to talk about is not going to have a budgetary implication whatsoever to you. My name is Janet Ward Black. I am a product of the public schools in Cabarrus County, North Carolina, and my mother was a 30-year high school English teacher. I'm very proud of that, and I was very proud of her. You have precious resources here. It is tough to teach, and it is tough to learn. And so if we could have the next slide, what I would like for us to discuss briefly is litigation that currently is ongoing in the United States in federal court. If I could have the next slide, please. That litigation is from school boards all over the country. And I apologize for the slide not coming up quite yet. Perhaps my friend who, there we go. Thank you very much. The social media litigation that is currently ongoing, there are more than 200 school boards just specifically in federal court, another 200 in state court, where the social media companies are the defendants as a result of a mental health crisis that continues to grow among our youth. If I have the next slide, please. There is pure scientific literature that shows that these mental health issues include anxiety, depression, eating disorders, and in some instances, suicidal ideation. School districts often are the primary providers of mental health support for our young people. You are on the front lines of what is a youth mental health crisis. And unfortunately, very crucial resources, much of which we've discussed today, has to be diverted and used in a way that we would prefer that it did not. And have the next one, please. There are a number of things that make social media products addictive. There are things that where the companies wish to design their algorithms in such a way that young people stay on them a longer period of time than they might otherwise. Now, why would a social media company want to do that? So that they could serve additional commercial content, ads, influencers promoting, for example, particular products. The longer the student is on the social media application, the larger the opportunity for these for-profit companies to be able to make more money as a result of their advertising. There are a number of things that make it difficult for there to be control of what's being served up to our youth, including inadequate age verification, inadequate parental controls to stop when parents don't wish for their children to be on social media, endless scrolling. It ends up being the endpoint a lot of times where, because of the material's addictive nature in receiving more and more, that it's very hard for the children to stop. There are notifications that many of these companies provide. There are dings and beeps and other things that call the attention of the child and in many instances indicate an endorphin rush for that individual, a pleasurable experience. And those targeted algorithms, as I mentioned before. We can have the next slide, please. As Dr. Giovanni mentioned, the defendants here are Meta, which owns Facebook and Instagram, ByteDance, which owns TikTok, Snap, which owns Snapchat, and Google, which owns YouTube. Next, please. Now, you might say, well, why litigation? Well, sometimes litigation can cause behavior changes. I've had the opportunity to represent counties in North Carolina in the opioid litigation. I've had opportunities to represent, thank you. I've had opportunities to represent school boards in the Jewel litigation. Sometimes litigation is the most effective thing to be able to provide change in our world. Perhaps there are times when we wish legislation would do that, but unfortunately legislation sometimes is not as effective as litigation. Next, please. Thank you. So what are we seeking here? There are an assortment of damages that we believe that schools have suffered that includes the fact that resource personnel are being called upon in ways that they should not be called upon, that disciplinary individuals are also being put to tasks that the social media companies are at least in part responsible for. So there are costs not just to school resources, but to school personnel. And there are opportunities that need to be embraced to be able to help parents know, what is this stuff doing? How can I protect my children better? What can the community learn? And frankly, what can the students learn about what's happening to them? Next, please. So what are the considerations for you in making this decision? Well, one, as I mentioned, it's low financial risk. We have proposed a contingency fee agreement. That contingency fee agreement does not require Durham to ever pay a bill from the lawyers who are going to be representing you if you choose for us to do so. That's because if we don't recover funds for you, we in that retainer agreement agree that we will not seek any compensation. If we aren't successful for you, you do not owe any costs or attorney's fees. And if we are successful for you, there is a percentage that we would take in payment for the services that we would be rendering. Additionally, in most instances, school boards can participate in a way that it is not a burden on the administration. The overwhelming number of school boards are going to be participating in a way where they will have particular documents that they have to complete, but otherwise it is not litigation as usual. It is not depositions and requests to produce documents or anticipating trials. So we hope that the end point is that we will be recovering financial resources for you to be able to allocate in the way that you believe appropriate. And to use Juul as an example and opioids as an opposite example, for opioids, when the counties received money, there were very narrow guidelines that were given to them about how they had to spend their recoveries. And their recoveries were substantial. It was greatly in excess of $40 billion. With respect to Juul, there was a recognition that school systems differ and that one that has over 100,000 students is very different than one that has 1,000 students. And so a one-size-fits-all resolution was not appropriate there. So in the instance of the Juul settlements for school boards, the school boards could make the decisions about how, for their individual school district, could the money be best spent. Next, please. So as I mentioned, multi-district litigation is what this is. This means that all the cases are filed in federal court here in North Carolina for North Carolina school boards, and they are transferred to a single judge in the United States who is coordinating the initial proceedings for those cases. That judge is a judge right now in the Northern District of California who's been appointed by a multi-district litigation panel to oversee the litigation against these companies on behalf of individuals, school boards, and other governmental entities. The MDL system has been one that has been often quite successful in allowing for a positive resolution for the litigants. It gives finality for the defendants, such as the social media companies, but it also gives the plaintiffs, the individual folks who are suing, or in this instance, school boards who are suing, the support of many others, in this instance, hundreds of school boards in what they are doing. So rather than it having be Durham being a single case against large corporations, it is a number of school boards in the United States all together where there are economies of scale of how that litigation is being handled. Next, please. So coming to an end here, you heard Dr. Giovanni mention that there are 3 law firms that are involved in this litigation support. I'm here in North Carolina with my firm. We've been here over 30 years. The Baird Mandelis firm is one that I have worked with for a number of years, including all of the Juul litigation for school boards that we represented in North Carolina. And then the Leaf Cabraser firm in California. Lexi Hazam is a female attorney with whom I have worked for many years. She is an extraordinary attorney, and she is one of the 3 lawyers in the country who has been appointed as the coordinating counsel by the federal judge. So we believe that the 3 law firms together are a very good working group to be able to provide our clients with the best possible information about how the litigation is ongoing and how best to represent our clients. Next, please. So this is a list of the current North Carolina school board clients. There are 14 at this point. That number is expected to grow over the next few weeks. As you will see, they range from very small school boards to very large ones, to ones that are in metropolitan areas, to ones that are in very rural areas. So in addition to sort of the breadth of the kinds of school boards that are involved here, 42 of the United States Attorneys General, so in other words, Attorneys General in 42 of the states in the United States have all joined into social media litigation in one instance at this point against Facebook and Instagram's parent, but we expect that there's going to be additional litigation. It is once again a very remarkable thing that you have attorneys general on opposite sides of the political spectrum who are working together in this particular instance. Next, please. I'm happy to answer any questions that you have. As I mentioned before, Juul is a really good example of what has happened with school boards who were participants in that litigation. I'm happy again to address anything that you have, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you so much for this presentation and explaining the different counties that are involved, what this will take, what this will cost. This is on our Prices for Action. So I do want to open up the floor for any questions. Where do we start? Ms. Chavez?
Thank you so much for this presentation, and I'm really hopeful about this litigation. I wanted to say I was I was thinking, where did I get this article? I think Ms. Carter Otten sent me an article about this social media litigation. And what spoke to me was that a parent was talking about how our kids, our young people are often in a different digital world than we are in our whatever age we are. And while I might be getting all these ads for clothes or something like that, they're getting exposed to so many other things that they're not necessarily equipped to handle yet. And so that frightens me, that idea that our kids can just kind of get lost in that world without necessarily those people looking out for them in that space. So I'm excited to move forward with this, and I'm hopeful that this will be successful as the Jewel litigation was. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions, board? Ms. Byer?
Thank you for bringing this presentation. I think it is a public health issue, and I think as you saw our conversation about budget, that we struggle to have the resources that we need, for counseling and mental health supports for our students. I look forward to us continuing to tackle ways that we can teach children how they are being targeted by for profit, right? I mean, it's capitalism, and we've had that conversation before. I want to make sure that our joining this suit will not prevent any family that happens to be a DPS family if they need to bring suit on their own in the future.
Yes, there is no correlation between those things. There are some individuals who have brought suit in the MDL. There are also other governmental entities other than school boards who have. You may have recently seen when at the U.S. Senate Judiciary member meeting, there were a number of parents who had pictures of individuals, children of theirs who had passed away. Those individuals would have the right to bring their own suits in the MDL. There's no correlation, and there's nothing that your filing suit would have to impact those individual claims.
And are you also seeking individual families as part of this MDL?
My firm is not.
Your firm is not. Okay. Thank you. That's helpful.
Anyone else? Mr. Carter?
I'll keep it brief. I'm excited about this. I think this is powerful. I mean, if we end up with some compensation to support the needs of our students, that'd be amazing, but we have the ability to impact thousands, hundreds of thousands of lives with this. So I'm thrilled. Thank you for being here today.
I'm excited to support it as well, and just seeing where our kids are with social media and being able to curb that with resources to support their academic growth and their social skills growth, all the things that social media is taking away, I think is just very powerful. And thank you for bringing this to us. Your motion?
I move that Mr. Malone? I move whatever Mr. Malone
Whatever I
says
tell
about
you.
social media litigation.
I think
under
you want
our-
to move to join the litigation and to approve the retainer agreement.
I move that we join the litigation and approve the retainer agreement for social media litigation.
Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Byer and second by Ms. Carter Alta to join the litigation, approve the retainer. Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? It passes unanimously. Thank you.
I'll say one more thing.
Yes.
Thank you. And I promise you, we will do the very best we possibly can for this school system. It was very helpful for me to have to listen to the budget discussion. And so I appreciate that. It gives me context. And as I said, we will do the very best we can.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda is Operations Services. Agenda Action Form 2022 General Obligation Bond Project. Mr. Davis coming to the podium. Mr. Johnson. Turn the mic over to you.
Good evening, Frederick Davis with Building and Operational Services. Good evening, Board Chair, Vice Chair, Interim Superintendent, Ms. Moore. Today is a little different than what we've usually done. The AAF transfer is generally a consent item where we request the funding to support the projects, the capital improvement projects from the county. This board approves that funding and it goes to the county for implementation. But today we're going to do a little bit deeper dive. As the Prices has said, the 2022 general obligation bonds back in October of 2022 were appropriated for $423 million to support the capital renewal and improvement needs for the district. We are currently wrapping up construction of Murray-Massenburg, which was the first project on our 10-year priority list. And we have just started Glenn Elementary School. We are currently in design of Durham School of the Arts. And as you see, this was our priority list. As you remember, we've had several conversations over the course in preparation of those bond dollars to showcase where we were in terms of budgets. We talked about the local, the regional, and global economy and how, like many other school districts, we've had to reallocate and think of how we would be able to disperse the funds based on the priority order. And so generally, the county has an innovative finance mechanism where it is pay as you go, and we work with them on a cash flow to see how much money we will need over the course of the 4 to 5 years the bonds are distributed. We are asking the county for funding to support where those projects are in that various stage. And so the various stages are design, construction, and then FF&E for a total project budget. The slide that you see with you right now depicts where we were and anticipated in 2020. Of course, you know, the global pandemic affected us both physically and financially. We've had several meetings with this board just stating where we were in terms of construction dollars, in terms of material and labor shortages. And so I recently had the pleasure of this morning to be at the North Carolina State Construction Conference. And over the last 3 years, it was stated that we've seen over 30 to 40% increase in goods and services as well as construction. And so if you look at that first line item where we were in 2022, and then the next line, those are construction numbers. We have met those thresholds of 20 to 30%. To give you a little history, before the pandemic, we were looking at an average of 3 to 5% escalation, which we had budgeted for as we started our planning. However, again, we could not impact the 30 to 40% that we see now. And so we show you this as we continue the priority order that was set based on the facility conditions assessment that was done in 2018. That is our mechanism for making sure that we have equity in how we make our decisions on what schools to prioritize. In another presentation following this, it is that time again to do another facility conditions assessment. What that facility conditions assessment will do will reprioritize based on how we've been able to maintain those buildings over the course of the last 3 to 5 years, and then give us another landscape of where we are district-wide. Next slide, please. So I just want to continue to give you an update of where we are. Again, Murray-Massenburg, as interim superintendent has stated, is on track to open this August. We are currently just started kickoff of Glenn Elementary School, which is a comprehensive addition and renovation. And then we are still in the construction documents phase of DSA with an anticipated bid date of June to July this year. Next slide, please. And then following that priority order, we have Moorhead and Holt. Again, as we get closer to the bid of DSA, we'll know how much money is still available, and we will prioritize Moorhead and Holt once we understand what the total cost for DSA will be. Next slide, please. So again, to the public and those who may not know, this is just information that we are sharing on our dpsengage.com org website. Again, Murray Massenburg is slated to finish up this summer. Right now, that total project cost is roughly under 91 million. Next slide. We're currently in construction documents for DSA. We currently total project budget, which includes design, construction, and FF&E, furniture, fixture, and equipment, roughly around 240 million. We brought to you in December some relatively costs from my neighboring counties of a high school. And right now we're seeing around 180 to 200 million to construct high schools, comprehensive high schools. Again, this is a middle and high school with truly innovative design and schools of arts components. Next slide, please. And then currently Glenn Elementary, again, it is a comprehensive rebuild. We, in terms of our strategic plan, want to make sure that we have educational suitabilities. And so, I mean, many of our schools, because of the growth, have students who are in mobiles, and we want to make sure that each learning experience is equitable. And so the main goal for Glenn is to increase capacity with growing together in pre-K, as well as enlarging some of those core capacities for gym and cafeteria spaces. Next slide, please. And then Holt is the next priority order. That again will be a comprehensive addition renovation. There are areas where students have to walk outside to the elements to get to other freestanding buildings. We want to fully enclose that to be one complete campus for safety and security. Next slide, please. And then the final is Moorhead Elementary. Again, the same component of making sure that the campus is safe, secure, as well as increasing our capacity for pre-K, as well as enlarging the gym and cafeteria spaces. Next slide, please. There was a conversation of how this impacts our minority participation. We know that our county's goal is around 25%. We're happy to report for Murray Massenburg, who was wrapping up construction, we're at a 27% of total MWBE participation. And Glenn Elementary, which is just starting, we have a total of 25%. So we're doing a good job. We have our own in-house MWBE consultants that are going across this area to find small, underutilized businesses who are in the construction and design industry, and let them know about all the work that we're having here in Durham, North Carolina. This truly bond can be an economic generator for parents who have students who attend Durham Public Schools. So we're really excited about the numbers that we're showcasing for the 2022 bond. Next slide, please. We want to make sure that everyone knows that we do have updated information that keeps us abreast in the form of transparency. This is on our website. This keeps track of where we are spending our money, where we are to date, where the project currently sits. So we update this on a continual basis just to keep the public and the community informed. With that, next slide, I'll take any questions that you may have.
Thank you. And this is on the prices for action. DPS administration is recommending approval of transfer of 2020 general obligation bonds funds in the amount of $12,421,277 to be dispersed to support projects in priority order as indicated in the attached Durham County Capital Project Ordinance. So with that, as Mr. Davis has said, what questions do we have? It was a really good presentation. And I think maybe ready for a motion.
I'd move approval of moving the 2022, excuse me, let me get it right.
That's incorrect. It should be
Yeah.
2022. I'm sorry for that. We'll make that correction.
Okay, 2022 general obligation bonds of approximately 12 million for the projects.
Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Umstead, seconded by Ms. Rogers. Any discussion? Ms. Chavez?
All right, I'm just gonna be on a roll here with my unpopular opinions, but I do have to ask about this. We are getting a lot of emails, as you may know, about DSA. So I want to ask about that. One, I want to ask about the bus service there. I know I've asked you this about this to you before. But could you give us an update on where that conversation is with the city about having bus access for the new DSA?
Yeah, so currently, Durham School of Arts is in construction documents. We've submitted our site plan review. We're working with the city and county transportation department to understand where are within appropriate distances, bus stops. If there is not one in an appropriate distance, we will commit to providing bus stops within what is allowed on Stadium or Duke Homestead site.
Okay. I think that's something I'll just say that I think is really important for us to make sure that that keeps up with the pace of this project. Because we do want our students to be able to access DSA that way. And I don't know how that raises a question for me of how many students take the city bus right now to DSA. I don't know.
We're not sure. We could definitely get you that information. I will just caveat, not that we were talking about budget. That is what we call an off-site road improvement, which is generally not a part of the construction. However, we will hope to be able to work with our county for additional funding to support those great needed off-site road improvements.
That's helpful to know. When would we be working with them on that in this budget cycle, or
so as
do
we
you mind?
continue with design, once we get to June, July, when we bring forth construction bids, those off-site road improvements will be categorized. We'll see how much money that is. For instance, the off-site road improvements at Northern were around $2 million. The off-site road improvements at Lions Farm was around $1 million. We continue to have a new crosswalk at Lions Farm, which is much needed, but those are also considered outside of what we had discussed in terms of construction for those projects. So there is a monetary value. However, we will work with the county officials, at the commissioner, and at the city planning department to identify what those true costs will be.
Okay. Thank you for explaining that. That's really helpful to understand.
Can I ask a follow-up question on the?
Yeah.
So you said you're gonna get city bus data usage for students at DSA?
That was what her question was.
That was what her question was.
Correct.
I think my follow-up to that would be, can we compare that to the other comprehensive high school city bus usage?
Okay.
Okay. As a DSA alum, I know oftentimes we use the city bus to get away from campus in times when we were not supposed to be getting away from campus. And I want to make sure that we're not measuring that usage in our expectations
I
here.
think the ridership coming from wherever their home is to the school is the information that we'll probably
Yes,
get versus
that's-
if they're taking the bus from school away from school.
That's
But yes,
it exactly. And if necessary, and I don't know if it's necessary, given the middle school component to DSA, the same sort of data around other middle schools. Thank you. Sorry, and then the car ridership, because some of the reason we want to move is to get the traffic off of the street.
Yes, we
And
have that
so-
information based on their current allotment and student capacity. And the student capacity is 2,000 students. So we will incorporate that in the design of the traffic study that we've done.
Right, yeah, because, yeah, that's helpful. Thank you.
Since we're asking questions, I'm also in response to concerns that we've heard about related to DSA. I'm wondering, from your perspective, what are the implications of not completing the renovations in the next few years to the deferred schools? So that Moorhead, Bethesda Club, and Mangum, like, are we looking at unsafe or inadequate learning conditions for students at those schools as a result of this decision?
No, our maintenance and facilities department has done an excellent job of maintaining buildings that have fully exceeded their life expectancy. Again, the priority order was set by the quantitative and qualitative analysis in 2019 based on a facility conditions assessment rating, not about who goes to what schools, but the schools themselves. We wish that we could do all the schools that are on our priority list, but right now, as a facilities efficiency, it costs us more to maintain an older building. I think I said in December, it's like having an old historic car. And at some point, when you continue to pour money into it, it's more efficient and economical to just buy a new car. And with all its glamour and achievements of Durham School of the Arts, it is not efficient to continue to pour money into that school for that purpose, which is a school for the arts.
I appreciate that. Thank you. So I hear you about the order in which renovations were determined or projects were determined. And it sounds like while those schools could use renovations and repairs, deferring them does not produce unsafe learning conditions for our students.
That is correct. And let me just say, under Mr. Johnson's leadership, once we determine what the true cost of DSA is going to be, we're going to have around 20 to hopefully $30 million. And so what we've said to the county is we're going to look at kind of reprioritizing that list to maybe take some of the items, let's just say Holt, if they life expectancy of their chiller or their boiler, things that we can do now in preparation for the full build out. We'll look to do that to make sure we're maintained and keep schools safe.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And lastly, will those schools then remain, I hear that there might be some little projects, but will those schools then remain at the top of the list for renovations? Like once now we're doing a new
we
assessment?
believe so. However, once we get up under the hood and look at our portfolio, there may be schools that may move up the list. We can't say now. I don't think so, but that might be an option. But we will make sure that in preparation for that, our ask is enough so that we can do more.
Okay, thank you.
And just to tie into that, something that we're doing is talking to principals about things that we can get done in the meantime, like Mr. Davis talked about, because we're doing what we do, like walk and talk with principals and try to address some of the concerns that they might have so that Holt or some of the other schools, we can address some of the issues prior to getting the construction done. So we're still addressing those needs. And that's part of the $4 million that Superintendent Moore talked about, was how we use that money to continue to build our schools and keep our schools safe for our students.
Just gonna thank him for circling back because I was gonna do that.
Thank you. Ms. Byer? I saw Ms. Valladares. I mean, no, Ms. Valladares, sorry, Ms. Chavez, I'm sorry. I originally.
Okay, I wanted to ask one other question, which is about the old building with DSA. This is another thing that's come up. Could you tell us what exactly will happen after there is a new DSA with that building? What costs will be needed to maintain that building? Or what will it cost us to sort of do something with it? And I don't think we can leave it sitting idle for too long, so.
And I'll jump in and answer that question. We have not determined anything at this point. What that would involve is involving the superintendent as well as the board as far as options. What we are looking at is getting some appraisals for facilities that will no longer be in use. And then we'll bring that back to the board and make some decisions on how we move forward.
So you would do all facilities like Northern maybe and all the facilities we're not.
Yes, that we're not using and how we can use it, how we can repurpose that.
Okay.
We would have to have a discussion with the board and the superintendent to decide how we want to move forward with that.
Sorry. Beyond appraisals, though, we have publicly spoken about the interest in moving Durham School of Technology into that space. And so I don't want us to say that we don't have a instructional need in mind. The previous Northern, we have talked about making a comprehensive CTE district-wide high school. And so just because we haven't gotten funding to do those things, I think those always have had instructional needs at the basis and heart. In my hearing and learning, in the past.
Mr. Johnson, let me just say, we will also need, what we don't have that could really generate efficiency is swing space. And so a lot of the elementary schools are occupied, which take longer, as well as meaning more time. And so we would also look at opportunities of utilizing those buildings for swing space to get more done with the funding that we currently have.
All right, thank you for this discussion. There's a motion on the floor. It's been properly
Sorry,
seconded.
I was just hadn't chimed in with my questions yet, and I just do appreciate folks emailing us. I was surprised not to see folks here to speak on this. It seems like every time we have a topic with DSA on the agenda, we get information from folks later, or ahead of time, but I'm surprised that people aren't here to address it. I hate that we in the past haven't invested enough and that our buildings are so ancient and that we are having to Band-Aid so many things together. I think, Mr. Davis, you said that the county has other pots of money in the past that they have been able to access for us. And what we've flipped to is having projects shovel ready. So as we've gotten these elementary projects shovel ready, if the county had other funding, these projects are ready to go. It wouldn't need to wait for a bond. Could you speak to that for a bit?
Yes, we have all of our elementary schools will be bid out and we will know what those dollars are. We have been speaking, Mr. Johnson and I, to the county on different funding sources like LOBs that they gave us. If you remember, they gave us funding to be shovel ready. They gave us design work and discovery work for many of the projects that's on this priority list to be able to be shovel ready and to be at this point now. And so we do believe that we will continue to have those conversations. And as different funding mechanisms come arise, we will be ready to start those projects.
I appreciate it. And I just, I know the DSA project specifically is out for bid at some point. We're waiting. And I want the public and us all to know that you and your team, Mr. Johnson, are continually reevaluating that and will continue to reevaluate that decision. If it comes in like the parking deck in Chapel Hill at twice what they expected, like all construction is, as you said today, elevated right now. We will continue to reevaluate, and I trust your team will do that and bring us the wisest thing at any time. I look forward to these projects, and I love that you put the images in here of how these are such beautiful and sustainable projects. And I look forward to ways that we can continue to increase sustainability and energy savings with everything that we do. But thank you all for bringing this tonight.
Any other discussion? All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same. It passes unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Davis and team. Next item on the agenda is contract with Turner and Townsend Operation Services.
Thank you again. This item, again, as we look to be fiscal responsible in terms of making sure 100% of our buildings are safe, clean, and technologically ready. In order to do that, you need a roadmap, and that is in the form of a facility conditions assessment. We've had the unique opportunity to do a comprehensive long-range plan, and there are 4 steps. One, the great work of Growing Together already have identified what is a suitable classroom and how we will manage the curriculum as well as the facility. The facility conditions assessment will provide us a deeper dive into deficiencies as well as sustainability on our campus. Educational leaders at all levels have identified the programs at each of our schools, and that will better help us as we continue to increase our design and construction, know what will be in each of these buildings going forward. The demographics, enrollment needs have been prioritized, and in this 5-year facility conditions, it will help us for the next 10 years. I do have with us members of the Turner Townsend Hearing and DLR group. They were selected based on the request for qualifications. They will be able to provide you information of what the next steps are, or what we will be getting for this work, and how critical and pivotal this work is. This will involve both quantitative and qualitative. They will discuss how the community engagement process will take place, and so we will hear from all stakeholders. One thing I will mention, I think Mr. Johnson mentioned, the start of this calendar year, we put together what we had was a subcommittee of principals from elementary, middle, and high school. That was for us to hear what operational needs they may have, as well as they were critical in listening to the interviews to make sure as building supervisors, we got the right consultant. And I do believe we do have the right consultant. So I will give it over to Ms. Jessica here, and she will go with the rest of the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. My name is Jessica Killian. I'm a program director for Turner and Townsend Hearing here in the Raleigh-Durham area. And with me is Julie McLaurin. She is with DLR Group, who's one of our consultants to really focus on community engagement. So our portion of this project of the long range comprehensive facilities plan is really on that step 2, facilities condition assessment, which will involve not only assessing the physical condition of Durham Public School buildings, but also further developing the learning environment guidelines to establish common guidelines for educational spaces. This assessment and development work will include a significant amount of community input, which is the first step to building our future in the coming years. We're excited to embark on this journey with Durham Public Schools because of the very thoughtful approach that was started with the Growing Together work effort. We will be tying that groundwork into our facility condition assessment, using the data as a baseline and continuing the ongoing community engagement. Having comprehensive standards makes decision-making consistent and easy, because consistent standards mean consistent approaches and transparent decision-making. Also, utilizing experts and engaging in thoughtful processing now will result in assessments and standards that can be implemented for many years. Next slide, please. Oh, might even be the next one. All right. So Durham Public Schools has a long history of successful facility improvements, but we also know that there's never enough money to meet all the needs. We just talked about this. The physical learning environment affects student achievement, positive or negative. This is shown in research conducted throughout the country, which supports that better buildings positively impact students. Next slide, please. Some statistical examples of this research are shown here. A sick building, according to the EPA, is one in which occupants experience acute health and comfort effects that appear to be linked to time in a building, but no specific illness or cause can be identified. Building issues may be related to poor air quality, poor lighting, poor audio quality, insufficient space, and much more. Director Carter-Otten referenced this earlier tonight. The purpose of our facility condition assessment is to evaluate where these conditions are happening and provide a plan to address them. Next slide, please. I know you can't read the words here, and that's okay. We wanted to just share an example of what we can produce to help understand facility system needs. This assessment is more literal than just a long-range plan. We will be using DPS condition guidelines to establish facility investment priorities. Once we determine where the capital needs are, we can develop a prioritized plan for repairs, replacement, and reinvestment. And these prioritized needs will include addressing educational suitability, like classroom size, building layouts, and more. Our assessment team is going to walk all identified Durham Public schools over the coming months to develop a comprehensive picture of facility needs. Next slide, please.
So by developing learning environment guidelines, we can ensure that the standards that are important to the school district are embodied in those guidelines. The research has shown that these 4 key factors have the greatest impact on student learning and outcomes. So the goal of having learning environment guidelines is to provide appropriate space and appropriate activity settings that support the district's view and vision for teaching and learning. Next slide, please. So while we develop how best to meet the district's vision for teaching and learning, we also need to understand that baseline of the facilities to achieve those goals. And so we talked about the facility condition assessment, but we want to look at the spaces through the educational lens and understand the gaps and establish priorities for the future development. We'll evaluate things like learning styles, how much hands-on, project-based versus traditional, and do you have the space to accommodate it? Are there enough spaces? Are they the right size? And are they located in the correct place? Next slide, please. So engagement is really foundational to the process. And we start that by listening to your stakeholders, your team, students, community leaders, caregivers. We want to understand everything from their point of view. This centers their expertise in the outcomes. So over the next several months, we'll be meeting with and listening to their voices and hearing their perspectives. And so during this process, we'll have surveys, workshops, focus groups, and lots of other tools. And one of our tools that we utilize is called the Student Engagement and Teacher Engagement Index. So with that, we see differences in how teachers perceive the teaching and learning environments and how students perceive them. And we know that a variety of teaching and learning styles will lead to engaged teachers and engaged students and better outcomes for us all. Next slide, please. So the school district of Philadelphia, there we started with that teacher and student engagement process like we were just talking about. And it authentically informed the spaces that we recommended in the guidelines. What we found was important to students was to have flexibility in so their education could be individualized, and that there were spaces for teachers and students to connect, and that those spaces can be used daily and into the future in multiple ways. So DPS, or Durham Public Schools, has enhanced that baseline that we started with in Philadelphia because of the intentional way that you have prepared us for this effort in all of the work from Growing Together and other studies that have already been done. Next slide, please. We have experience with engaging with a variety of stakeholders in multiple school districts. And we look forward to working with Durham Public Schools and sharing some of the tools that we have developed to continue positive change. So the input from stakeholders and the community here in Durham informs the spaces, the adjacencies, and the quality of the spaces that we will be recommending in the learning environment guidelines.
Next slide. So our process is starting now and will extend over the next 6 to 8 months. Like Julie mentioned, this work is really going to be advanced by all the significant groundwork that Durham Public Schools has already laid over the last few years. This is also an iterative process. It's not a linear sequential process. We'll engage in feedback loops to make sure that we get the right set of solutions for DPS. Engagement with the community and stakeholders will also happen throughout the process. We'll spend these next few months while students and staff are still in the buildings envisioning our guiding principles and needs. Over the summer, we will be taking that input and layering it on top of our facility walks so we can assess building condition and educational suitability. In the fall, we will come back not only to the board, but also to our stakeholder groups to share the results of what we've learned and confirm we can deliver an understanding of DPS facilities to build the future. Thank you for this opportunity to be your partner, and we're now open to questions.
Thank you, board. Chavez, then Ms. Rogers.
Thank you so much for this presentation. I'm really excited about this. I will be interested to see what you all discover. My biggest question is this: how do you bring a racial equity lens to your work?
Could you provide me a little bit more detail in your question in terms of racial equity?
I wanted to leave it open so that I heard from you how you were applying it. But I want to ask about specifically racial equity, not just the cultural considerations, or which I appreciate you having in there, or like kind of an equity lens broadly. Because when I think about space, I think about students of color being able to take up space, and I think about how access to space has everything to do with race. So I guess to give a little bit more detail, like how might a racial equity lens shape the questions that you ask in your assessment, what you are looking for and observing and writing down, and how you are, seeing the spaces that we have.
So a little bit, thank you for that additional information. Just like growing together in equity of thought, this team will look at multi-modes of gathering that information. So just not internet or phone calls, but actually going to areas where that demographic may look different to gather that information. So those types of efforts, I think, will achieve what your question is asking. You want to add? Okay.
What Frederick said was exactly right. I mean, we really want to meet with those and in multiple different ways and really understand those perspectives. And we have a lot of team members, experts across our company who have done this a lot and worked with very similar school systems with some of the similar issues. And so I think finding that the best way to get that information and to really build that trust and start having those conversations is something that we have experience in doing.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you for this presentation. I have two questions. The first question is, it's everything, right? Like, so, it's not just inside the building, it's around the building as well.
Yes, this is a full building envelope under the hood assessment of our buildings.
And around the track. So
Around the
it's-
track. And just for historical context, in 2018, due to budget concerns, I'm not aware, we did a similar FCA. However, it was merely a tabletop. And that could attribute to why some of the numbers that we were seeing in 2019 were not as in-depth as when we started our discovery for some of those first priority projects. This facility condition assessment really will look at the nuts and bolts of all of our facilities. I feel like we'll be better prepared in anticipation of future funding, such as the 2026 bond.
Thank you, that's helpful. The other question that I have is, how do the schools that we're currently working on that are in our current CIP plan fit into this assessment? Will they be prioritized or not prioritized, or is it based on the age of the building still?
So all of the buildings will be assessed. Of course, the new ones won't have a number, but there's a rating system. And so even the ones that are currently in our priority order, we will re-engage. We have information. The team will take the 2018 study as a benchmark and then add on to that. And so every site will get another thorough inspection.
And let me just kind of tie into that, because I think where you're going, and tell me if I'm wrong, because we've had some conversations with administrators about making sure they don't drop to the bottom and that we keep priority with those ones like that are already at the top of the list that we had to push back because of budget. We will have some conversations and prioritize how we can keep them towards the top. And like Mr. Davis mentioned earlier, we don't foresee that they will drop tremendously down the line to be able to still address those issues with those schools.
Thank you. That's not what I was thinking, but I going based on urgency is gonna be important as we continue to move forward. So, thank you.
If I could just add also that, ultimately it is the board's decision to determine what to do in terms of the order based on the new information that you get and where the schools land.
Thank y'all for this presentation. This does seem more comprehensive than the Cummings report. So I'm excited to see, I'm sorry. But I think we had different asks. We had, right? So we had different goals and intentions. And so this presentation feels like it's going to go a little deeper than I think we had a different intention in 2019. Will this look at all DPS facilities? So I know we mentioned schools, but we also going to do Fuller, Bacon Street, Hamlin Road. We'll be looking at all
6 million and counting square feet will be assessed.
Okay.
Yes.
Great. I'm glad because I think we should continue to prioritize our schools, but I do want our buildings where we do have staff working in to make sure that they have the proper HVAC and other systems and things that they need to be able to run efficiently. I look forward to hearing more about it in the community engagement, and for y'all to keep us abreast of how we can stay engaged as you do that community engagement work.
Ms. Valladares and then Ms. Byer.
Thank you so much for bringing this to us. I was thinking in terms of outside of the buildings, we're trying to expand universal pre-K. And there's a site that I visited for a different reason regarding to the salary study, but I noticed the children were playing on, it was impervious surface that had one of these green carpets that mimics grass. And the first feeling was I was overjoyed that the kids, were outside, and this is a pre-K program, and the children were crawling and playing, and that brought joy to my heart. And then I thought about equity in terms of pre-K programs as we look to expand universal pre-K, and we're continuing to add classrooms, children who don't even get to touch grass, and I know that there's considerations around like folks who may not want that. But I mean, when it comes to equity, playgrounds where children actually get to experience like the outdoors, not just being outside on an impervious surface that just has a carpet over it, but actually like engage in nature, right? And there's some benefits. Research does talk about the benefits of outdoor education, and we have been big proponents of environmental sustainability and outdoor education. Concerns around pests is also a thing. I have talked to a lot of different custodians, and the work that they do, I mean, I can't even finish telling you, but pest control is also something that is not in their purview, but they are the first chain of command that kind of sees what's happening. And if there's anything, if there's any critters or anything that might affect the safety of our children. And so I do have those considerations as well, because even impervious surfaces do have crawlers, especially you have moist carpeting. And I want all our kids to have the best access. So just a consideration about pre-K, the most vulnerable, the smaller little children as well, having access and having equity in terms of outdoor exploration, education, safety, everything else. Thank you.
So I also agree with Ms. Umstead that this is overdue, and we look forward to the depth of your work, including building upon our learning guidelines and bringing equity lens to our entire campus and land holdings. I'm curious about how you all look at HVAC, especially in light of COVID, and whether air quality kind of guidelines are part of the work that you're going to do, and recommendations you're going to bring about improving that going forward.
Yeah, it's a good question. So HVAC is part of the assessment. We have mechanical engineers, electrical engineers who are going to be part of that team walking, and we'll be using the guidelines and specifications that Durham Public Schools has now, and then where they want to go, so that we can say, okay, this one maybe meets current standards, but it doesn't meet whatever the enhanced air filtration qualities are. But we do have licensed engineers that are part of our team that are going to be walking with us.
So maybe that's a question for Mr. Davis and Mr. Johnson. Do we have enhanced air circulation kind of guidelines?
Yes, so from COVID, we went to what was a MERV 13. Generally, the energy code suggests a MERV 8. But what that also does for our systems, because the filters are smaller, are not allowing more particles to come through. Please forgive me if I nerd you out. This makes our systems work a little harder. And so there are costs associated with increasing the MERV 13s in terms of replacement and in terms of the cost of those MERV 13s, as well as the wear and tear on our existing systems. But we will put all that information and bring it before the board to make those types of decisions.
And then, and no, you're not nerding us out at all, because we love the MERV 13s when we lived through it, and glad that we got there. What about environmental guidelines, and as far as what we can do, whether it's solar, whether it's, I mean, any sustainability guidelines that we've improved since the 2018?
So a part of the Energy Sustainability Fund that we appropriated about a year and a half ago, we did do a sustainability study and making sure that our existing buildings, when appropriate, could provide solar or any other alternative energy sources. We'll share that information with them, and they can compile that with the overall report for that information to be shared.
So like LED lighting, like what, daylighting, like all of that. You're gonna, as much as you can push that on our behalf, I think is super important. And also look forward to y'all helping us figure out those renovate versus replace decisions in a way that is more comprehensive than what I think the DPI minimal requirement is, if that's a fair statement. I think Jordan High School is on our list for another big project. And I think all the schools that have not had as much attention as they need, we really, really need some help prioritizing them and advocating on their behalf. Office space for staff and flex space for learning as we do this construction in the future is super important. So I trust y'all will take as broad and a comprehensive look as possible with this going forward. Yeah, people don't like paying for office space for staff, but this building is tired and sad, and as is Bacon and Hamlin Road, and some of our staff for operations are also in mobile units and trailers that are old and run down. So thank you for helping us accelerate this work. Really do appreciate it, and engage the community. Since we have multiple schools that are year round, your summer break actually doesn't have to be too long. You could start right back up in July with year round schools. So thank you.
Else? I had a couple of things. I'm glad to know that you all are going to get a running start with all the work that we've already done with growing together and these conversations. Our current plans are in place. You know, as you talked about the full area comprehensive outside of the schools as well, include sidewalks, walkability, crosswalks, making some recommendations around that as well. With our, go ahead.
Crosswalks within the context of being on the site. If they're crosswalks outside of the site, sometimes what we'll do is just note that there may not be an accessible path onto the school property. But that's usually something we have to start working out with the city when it's on city property versus school district property. But yeah, we're going to be looking at all of that. The accessibility aspect of it can be in a number of different ways. And so we have experts that are going to be helping look at all of that to establish it. And kind of to Director Byers' point, the end result of all of this is going to be a database that you can filter and pick out and look at and prioritize and do whatever you want to build the information that you need about the questions you have. It is not going to be a flat sheet of paper that you just need to read and try not to fall asleep. Like, it is going to be very much something that you can use for a number of years and be updated as you are able to make improvements. So you'll be able to kind of parse the information in a way that makes sense for whatever you're looking at the time.
Okay. And then also thinking about our athletic facilities and the standards that you're using. I know that sometimes we have good standards that's allowable, So for instance, like our resurfacing of our track, there are standards that are allowable, then you have your good, better, and best. Could we get some of those comparisons as well?
Yes, that'll also be a part of the study. And just to piggyback, Mr. Palmer and his team have done some of that work in terms of the crosswalks and safe routes to school. So we'll build upon that. As we also in 2020, we did a middle school athletic assessment that was used for some of our asphalt repairs this summer. And so we have a plethora of information that we'll be using to help build upon this. But when I tell you this will be something that would help us chart the roadmap for the rest of the facilities, I can assure you no stone will be unturned. Yeah.
Okay. That's it for my questions. This is for action. Oh, Ms. Valladares.
Just one more comment. When it comes to the fire safety, we were cited by the fire marshal. That's part of our grim history. We're doing better. We're trying to improve. And so the question is, will assessments of fire safety, everything to code, all that is included. Yeah, thank you.
Their motion.
Move approval of the recommendation for administration to approve the service contract.
Really quickly, we've just got to work on the contract, but what we would like for you to move approval for us to come back at the end of the month and put this on consent. Right.
You'd like to move it to the consent agenda for the next board meeting? Is that what I'm hearing?
That's one option. I do want to work on the contract a little bit with him, so you could either approve it tonight, subject to changes to the contract approved by the board attorney and superintendent, or you can bring it back at the next meeting, but it won't take long. It's just a couple things I want to fix with the draft that's included in the board material.
I move that we allow Mr. Davis and the attorney to make changes to the contract, bring it back on the consent agenda on the 21st.
Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Rogers and second by Ms. Spire. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It passes unanimously. Thank you.
Madam Chair, can I just address something that the board asked Mr. Davis earlier? Mr. Palmer is here. The question was asked about DSA and the number of students with bus passes. He can answer that question. So Mr. Palmer, if you can just give those numbers, I would appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson, and good evening all. Chair Lewis, good to see you. Ms. Spire, we also need circulation of air in this building too. I wanted to briefly just piggyback on the topic with regards to the transit access, Durham School of the Arts. We have an ongoing partnership with Go Durham, which is our local transit service provider. Part of that partnership is the Durham Youth Go Pass. So it is our best proxy for transit ridership for all of our middle and high schoolers. And for those watching at home, any principal, parent, student, if you are associated with Durham Public Schools and you want a Durham Youth Go Pass, you are eligible to get one for free, which allows you to ride the Go Durham bus for free. What's that?
The buses are free in Durham.
Okay.
Which is through, yeah.
Through July.
Okay. Thank you for the technical point. I think what we are trying to share with you is the ridership levels associated with the Go Durham Youth Go Pass, which is a partnership between DPS and Go Durham. Of our largest 16 participating middle and high schools, so these are students that have signed up for bus service and ride the bus, we have a number of passes issued as well as ridership or boardings across the academic year. Our highest participation rate is at Hillside High School, which again, with roughly 1,400 students, we have 422 Go Durham riders at Hillside High School, which equates to 52,000 boardings a year at Hillside High School. Our large regional high schools, Hillside, Jordan, Northern, and Riverside, and Southern, are our top 5 most participating. Each of those has over 100 subscribers in over 10,000 boardings. Of the top 16 participating schools, Durham School of the Arts ranks number 13. There are 69 students out of the 1,800 at Durham School of the Arts that participate in the transit program, which equates to 1,000 boardings a year. So to normalize and relative access to transit access to Durham School of the Arts, it is 1/50th of the usage of Hillside High School. I can provide that data to the board in an attachment and email as requested, but wanted to share that with you based on data provided from Go Durham.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that update, answering questioning about busing and transportation. Any follow-up?
No, the only point about it being free is that would we not necessarily capture all students if they are free? They don't have to scan in, which also, and I thought the city intended to continue that. That was my question.
It may be best in addition to that data, we can share our monthly school level reported transportation mode choice by school for all schools, and we can focus in on DSA just so you can capture that to bracket the information, both self-reported at a school level as well as our intergovernmental partner with Go Durham. We're happy to share both.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you. Next item on our agenda is Growing Together update, and I see a lot of movement happening. Dr. Pittman, turning it over to you. Thank you.
Good evening, Chair Lewis. It's so good to be with you this evening, board members, Superintendent Moore. We do have members of our project team coming in from the Growing Together initiative, and we'll spend a few minutes at the end of our time together recognizing their hard work and naming them. They are in our slides, but we are pleased tonight to provide a brief overview and an update on the work underway with Growing Together and highlighting the significant accomplishments and the milestones that have been achieved thus far. This evening, on the next slide, we're going to highlight some information organized around the following areas, and the project champions for each of these major project teams will provide the summary information around academic programs. We have Dr. Julie Pack, the Senior Executive Director of Career and Technical Education Programs and Magnets. For student and facility planning and updates this evening, Matthew Palmer, the Senior Executive Director of School Planning, will share that information. And of course, around community engagement and transition supports by schools for students and families will be shared by Sheena Cooper, our Senior Executive Director of Public Affairs. In addition, you'll see in the presentation, we've tried to highlight some of the budgetary considerations and sources of funding that will support this work. On the next slide, we feel it's very important we continually bring these 4 pillars forward to the project team and lift them back to our community and our board, recognizing that Growing Together focuses on effectively managing our community's growth while prioritizing equity and access as we embrace our rich diversity. The district and the board has recognized the importance of these pillars, and to that we are truly grateful. By addressing these pillars around growth, access, equity, and diversity, the Growing Together initiative creates a sustainable and fair framework for progress. It acknowledges that fostering diversity and ensuring equitable access are integral components of successful growth, fostering collaborative and inclusive environments for all of our students and families. On the next slide, we want to highlight this again. Moving forward, we've been in this work for about 4 years, going on 5. And it's been a long journey, and we are deeply indebted to the board for your commitment to the work around the policy revisions and looking at our rules and making sure our rules are aligned with our values. And now we're in the important season and the milestone season of moving from the conceptual policy work into the actual work that it takes to implement. And so each of the steps that you'll hear more about tonight are specifically around the academic programs, remembering that we are trying to align our EC separate programs, special programs, and our pre-K programs, increasing that regional access, increasing application seats for our highest demand application programs, and clean feeder patterns and programmatic links. And again, focusing on our students in our projections and our spaces and our school facilities, making sure they're all suitable and that we have the capacity to serve in the highest possible way. At this time, I'd like to invite to the podium Dr. Julie Pack to share some key updates around our academic program progress.
Thank you, Dr. Pittman, and good evening, Chair Lewis and board members and Superintendent Moore. Tonight, the Growing Together team would like to give you an update on the implementation of the academic programs as they relate to the Growing Together initiative. Durham Public Schools is committed to the fact that all DPS schools are great schools. To this end, the Growing Together plan has placed emphasis on the content and programs that are important for all children to experience and position themselves for success. All elementary learning will emphasize high quality programming in the arts, world languages, and STEM, which are critical for ensuring strong exposure and a foundation for middle and high school, where students' interests begin to solidify. Next slide, please. As part of the Growing Together plan, elementary students will have daily integrated STEM. So, Everyday STEM by Design is DPS's answer to daily integrated STEM. Everyday STEM by Design is a design thinking protocol, which is foundational to all aspects of STEM and applicable across all content areas. As part of the Everyday STEM by Design, students will integrate this problem-solving model into their classrooms to deepen their understanding and become active participants and leaders of their own learning. As you can see on the screen, this is the Dream, Design, Do process. And to date, all elementary principals and instructional coaches have participated in the initial Everyday STEM by Design PD, and all teachers will be trained by the end of the school year. Students in all elementary schools will have global language instruction as part of the Growing Together initiative, as part of their specials rotations. To ensure all schools have global language instruction, DPS is looking to add 23 global language teacher positions to the existing positions in the district. We are also adding 2 French teachers as part of the International Baccalaureate program. For next year, funding for these positions has been allocated from grant funds, and a future funding source will need to be added to the recurring budget for these positions. Curriculum materials were approved at the February board work session, and a team of educators is working to create curriculum support documents. And grant funds were also used to support the curriculum materials and development. And finally, global language teachers will have designated professional learning opportunities supported by the Office of Curriculum and Instruction. Next slide, please. Oh, sorry, you're already there. Finally, as part of the Growing All Great Schools Together, all elementary students will have visual arts and music in dedicated classrooms as part of their specials rotation. Grant funds were designated to purchase additional equipment and materials to provide equity across all elementary school art programs. We are excited about the opportunities all elementary students will have across Durham Public Schools through the Growing Together plan. Next, we will provide updates on the application programs for elementary schools. Next slide, please. As a part of the Growing Together plan, Durham Public Schools is adding a 3rd Montessori application program at Little River to serve the northern and eastern regions. Implementing the Montessori instructional model requires Montessori trained teachers and specialized classroom equipment and materials. A comprehensive professional learning plan for training Little River teachers is nearing completion of the 1st year of training this spring. And funds to support the Montessori training and classroom materials were designated in the Mackenzie Scott grant. In order to be ready for the fall launch of the Montessori programming at Little River, we will be opening up to 7 primary classrooms, which are pre-KK, and 4 lower elementary, which are grades 1 through 3, as well as adding a magnet program coordinator position that will be allotted through the magnet allotments budget. We are currently seeking 4 Montessori teachers. 3 of these positions are for pre-K licensure, which are typically local funded positions. Grant funds will be redirected to cover these additional positions for the next school year, and future funding will need to be added to the recurring budget for these positions. Next slide, please. As part of the Growing Together plan, DPS will be opening dual language immersion programs at Club, Holt, Lions Farm, and Merrick Moore, and opening the established DLI program at Southwest Elementary School to the Southwest region through application. A concerted effort was made in hiring for the current school year to find teachers that would be ready to start the DLI kindergarten cohort next year. DLI site coordinators are currently being provided a stipend and will be allocated through the existing magnet budget in the future. A team of DLI educators worked together to develop biliteracy unit frameworks, or BUFs, this past summer and are being finalized for implementation next year. Grant funding was allocated to support curriculum materials and unit development. DLI teachers will be supported through DLI professional learning and the DLI and district coordinator. Next slide, please. As part of the Growing Together plan, DPS is expanding the International Baccalaureate program to EKPO Elementary School. The International Baccalaureate program is an instructional framework that incorporates international mindedness and interdisciplinary curriculum. The existing staff at EKPO has participated in introductory IB training and will continue to enhance their IB knowledge each year. Additional language positions of Mandarin, French, and Spanish will be reallocated from current positions to support the IB pillar of international studies. Funding from the Mackenzie Scott Grant was allocated to support the professional learning, enrollment with the International Baccalaureate Organization, and classroom materials. Next slide, please. Finally, as part of the Growing Together plan, there are 6 year-round application schools. While the transition to a year-round school does not require additional staff, Human Resources has been working intentionally with schools transitioning from a traditional schedule to a year-round schedule to ensure that staff understand the changes and provide opportunities through the transfer process to opt out of a year-round schedule if desired. There is intentionality to align operational activities like school cleaning to support all year-round schools, as well as aligning instructional support activities such as professional learning days. Finally, we're working with our community partners as well as the DPS Community Ed to offer additional opportunities for families during intercession breaks. At this time, I will turn it over to Mr. Palmer, Senior Executive Director of School Planning and Operational Services, to walk us through the student and facility updates.
Thank you, Dr. Pack, and good evening again, board members, Chair Lewis, and the Durham community. Next slide, please. Thank you. So we're bringing together 2 threads. Enrollment information as it relates to assignment, as well as the size and conditions and capacities of our facilities. Again, the suitability fitting together our students into the seats is part of the feathering in process of implementation. Everything's conceptual and in data tables till we're talking about students and schools and assignment decisions. Tonight is a chance for us to bring information to you on that. We're looking forward to the conversation. Next slide, please. We have to bring and coalesce all of these factors together when we talk about what is successful opening of schools. That includes having our teachers ready. You just heard from Dr. Pack on the academic program, the curriculum that aligns with not only what we're teaching, but how we're teaching, making sure that those schools are ready to receive our students and the staff are in position. The physical spaces. You heard earlier about the learning environment guidelines, standards, the facility conditions assessment, the size and capacity of our schools. We have a database of over 2,200 classrooms here in Durham Public Schools. That includes the size, the square footage, whether it has a bathroom, whether it has a sink, whether the sink has hot water. All of that relates to the suitability and placement of our classrooms and our students. Students themselves. We have 31,000 students here in Durham Public Schools, and we're proud of that number. Fitting them within our classrooms, within the framework of implementation, is core to making sure we're ready to go. And lastly, transportation. We've got to get them there, and we've got to get them home safely. So we're looking at all 5 of those components as far as what is it going to take for 24, 25, and happy to share with you tonight where we are in that process. Next slide, please. So the core question, how many students? Will the students fit in the buildings? Will they fit in the classrooms and the seats? We have very stringent guidelines with regards to class size here in North Carolina. HB 90 mandates class sizes by grade, 18 for kinder, 16 for first, 17 for second and third. There are no limits on the upper grades, and in many of our adjacent school districts, the way that they've addressed HB 90 is inflating our grades 4 and 5. Here in DPS, we've capped that at 25 as far as our overall average for class size. That was in 2022. But we have to look at that ratio of enrolled students over our classroom capacities by classroom, by school, by region, and for the overall district. We'll talk later about our team and the folks that have contributed to this work. With us today is over 20 of our Growing Together members as far as what we do in preparation, but this is what we do. Many of us 10, 12 hours a day getting ready for nights like tonight so that we're ready to open on July 22nd, 2024. That includes bringing back our art and music spaces. I remember day 2 being at Hope Valley Elementary, visiting the art room that was housing 2 first grade classrooms with a kiln in it. That's what it looks like when we're overcrowded. Resetting the board, the prior strategic plan, Parity Goal 5C, you've heard it 1,000 times, I know, but it's getting our students into brick and mortar classrooms. This is that process. So we're going to go over both parts of that fraction, enrolled students and the capacities and how we arrive at both. Next slide, please. Start with our students at the pre-K and EC levels. We discovered on this journey that oftentimes a pre-K student with developmental needs or autism was not placed in a program that was aligned at a K-5 continuum. So they may go for developmental needs pre-K at one school, but starting even at kindergarten, another school, and at 3rd grade, likely a 3rd. That has ramped up the stress on our transportation network. But even more important than the mileage is what it takes to build a school community. Student relationships with staff, and staff and leadership relationships with families and parents and students. I want to just acknowledge for a moment the incredible work of our early education and exceptional children's department in conjunction with our planners to bring all of this in alignment at a school level and a regional level to ensure access. Next slide, please. We talked a little bit about instruction. You heard from Dr. Pack on the academic program. That June 2022 approval for Growing Together was our academic program cornerstone. The students, we talked about the rules for access last summer in June of 2023. Then this fall, we went out and across 7,500 families worked between schools and families to talk about intent. What are you thinking you're intending to do for next year? Getting those classrooms ready, getting the furniture in place. And yes, going into our allotment meetings, which as you heard this evening, is a vitally important next step. So we're fitting all of these pieces together, but they're on a critical path. Next slide. This is that timeline. And again, I bring you back to June of 2022. Identifying the academic program and placing that academic program allowed us to do the sequential steps that followed. This fall, we locked in our EC and pre-K classroom placements. I'm very happy to share, we have not moved in a single EC classroom. What we have been able to do is bring the pre-K supports in line with that. This has taken 3 years to phase us in. Small micro level adjustments of this classroom moving from school to school to get us ready for this full pathway implementation. That then set up our school capacities, which then informed by our enrollment interest, the lottery, how many seats we were drawing and remembering. We started this work in 2019. We came back in 2020, but we've been updating our student level information with enrollment all through the journey. We had the lottery window that opened this early part of 2024. Assignments and opportunities went out, letters went out on March 1st, this past week. As families make those decisions, we're able to share with our allotment team, what are those student enrollment numbers looking like? Where are we at all 56 of our schools? That informs the allotment meetings and getting us ready for individual student rosters and all the work that has to go with master scheduling. And again, that utilization, enrollment divided by capacity. We are also simultaneously, and we'll come back in a few weeks to talk about our preparations in transportation so that we can get school bus assignments out early. We want families to know, where's the bus going to be? What bus number am I? Is it Mr. Smith or Miss Jones that's driving the bus for me? We're excited about that step. Next slide, please. So in that fraction on the bottom part, classroom capacities, we've gone through the overall built number of classrooms by school, updating our floor plans, which was a big step for us. Prior to 2019, we had, in many instances, schools that didn't even have floor plans. Mr. Davis has led us through a complete renewal of our floor plans, the built classrooms by school. I mentioned those class size laws with HB 90, the placements of our academic programs, and our pre-K and EC special classrooms. That all coalesces into that bottom part of the fraction. What are our classroom capacities by a classroom? And rolled up across 2,200 classrooms for the district to give us our school level capacities as well. Next slide. On the top part of this fraction are enrolled students. We've talked a lot about boundaries in this body as far as the overall number of students in a boundary in addition to what choices have they historically made. Mr. Ratsky, our in-house school planner for enrollment and demography, has gone back 10 years to understand by neighborhood, not just by school boundary, but by neighborhood, by block, what decisions have families historically made so that we can be as precise as possible. Remembering again, as a board and as a community, we valued providing legacy stabilization for grades 4 and 5, and then linking younger siblings to those upper grade stabilizations. We had to go through the lottery, and again, the transfer window is forthcoming. So those inputs inform our overall enrolled students. Next slide. Being accurate really matters right now, always, but especially when we're talking about the budget and we're talking about our children fitting in seats. This year, you can see the data on the bottom. We were within 18 students across the entire county. It's a 0.06% error rate, which, if I'm going to brag on my team for a second, is incredible work. And again, what we have done to sharpen the pencil time and time again as a district has prepared us for this. But being right, those tiny gears in the clock move the bigger hands as far as the hours, the minutes, and the date. We work across school planning to get it right in conjunction with student assignment. We support, of course, our facility planning and the work that you heard from Mr. Davis on tonight, and getting us ready in partnership with HR and finance and school leadership as we head into those allotment meetings. It's very important we are as accurate as we can be. So we have done the homework here. Next slide. This just shows you our confidence as we go through these steps, as we go through these gates, collecting intent information in the fall. And again, you'll hear from Ms. Cooper on what that's entailed from engagement. 7,500 families talking with our school principals and our school leaders on their plans. The lottery application window, heading us into our projection, hanging us into ultimately our staffing allotment plans. As we go through this, you see that tightening in that we are trying to be as precise and accurate as possible for you, the board, and the community. Next slide, please. We're through 2 steps, but I should really say 1.25. Yes, we have done the boundary analysis work. Yes, we have accounted for our legacy students and the siblings of legacy students. We have only done the first opening of the lottery. There are more to come. I understand, we have heard, I'm on the wait list and it's never going to move. It will move this year, but we need to make sure we don't give the same seat out twice. So we are asking for the grace and patience of our parents, of our board, and our community to understand we want to get it right. As we headed into the transfer window here, which has just opened up, that is again another opportunity to ensure that as much as we can, we're honoring the preferences of our families while also being responsible with, I must be honest, is a public good and limited resources. Our schools have capacities, and they're not just our choosing. Those capacities are mandated by state law. Next slide, please. So I have referenced this, but again, speaking candidly for a moment, having done this work in other parts of the state in the Southeast, to provide legacy protections for our upper grade students was vital. These are the students that were impacted the most during COVID. We recognize that. These were the pre-K and the kindergartners in the COVID years. We heard from the board, we heard from the community on that. In addition, keeping families together when and where possible. Again, linking those siblings so that we're not splitting families. That is important. We heard that. And our analysis, our enrollment projections reflect that. I also would remind the board and the administration that initially we were planning to open Murray-Massenburg K-3, partly because of those earlier legacy statuses for 4th and 5th and 24-25. But we also heard loudly from the community that we wanted Murray Massenburg opened up all the way. So we tried to account for all of those board and community priorities in this transition work. I reference again the school community actions, and those are school community partnerships. The family intent outreach from the schools in the fall to 7,500 parents and families. The lottery application window and the exhaustive work that Ms. Marshall, our Director of Student Assignment, and her team have done with fidelity and integrity and consistency. The transfer window is just opened, and it is yet another mechanism to make sure we get it as right as possible. The work's not done. The ink's not dry. The painting isn't complete, but we are down the journey. On the next slide. So I want to name this again. Dr. Pittman had it in her opening slide, but I do hope the board can step back, take a breath, and for our parents and our public, understand the totality of what Growing Together is. It is not merely a student assignment plan. We talked about what we're teaching and how we're teaching. Then we talked about who we're teaching and where they live. Then we talked about where our schools are, the size of our schools. And Mr. Davis has talked about tonight, we've got to come back to the mill as far as continuing this process of evaluating how Growing Together is working, looking at our academic programs, what's working. We talked program evaluation tonight. I'm going to nerd out. That's my love language. Again, facilities are vitally important to fitting all of this together. This will impact our renovation schedules. We have accounted for that. I know there was a question earlier. If the renovations don't go forward, what will that do? We've already accounted for that in the Growing Together plan. And some of those renovations are vitally important to account for the new growth that is in the eastern part of the county. I must state that again and again for the board. 5,000 students coming our way with from Briar Creek to Spring Valley. You can see the rooftops coming up. In addition, summer learning, cleaning schedules, changes in year-round calendars will impact the work that Mr. Davis is doing, and he is a vital part of this team. We need to look at that capital outlay for 24-25. I know that's a priority in the budget, but again, we need to get those classrooms ready for our kids. And lastly, this is a bedrock to then go back with partners like Townsend Turner and Heary and say, this is what we're trying to teach. This is how we teach, and these are our students. What do we need to do to our facilities to update that long-term capital improvement plan? That's not intended to be a chiseled in stone 10-year document. That's looking 10 years out and coming back and keep renewing and refreshing. Are we going where we're trying to go as a board and a community? Next slide. With that, let me hand it over to Ms. Sheena Cooper, our Senior Executive Director of Communications.
Thank you, Mr. Palmer. Good evening again, board members, DPS colleagues, and our Durham community. Next slide, please. Communication and engagement with stakeholders have been a critical component of the Growing Together initiative. From our initial conversations with our families more than 2 years ago to today, just a few months shy of elementary implementation, we have worked to provide information to our community along the way. As we prepared for implementation, we knew that in order to fully support our families with transitions, we first needed to provide support to our principals and school-based staff. An implementation toolkit was established last fall to provide timelines, resources, how-tos, messaging, and more to equip our teams with information they needed to support families and begin to make any adjustments for implementation. You'll see on the slide that information has been provided monthly since last fall, and that guidance continues through the spring and summer. The toolkit is updated regularly and will continue to be a vital resource to guide our staff with critical information. Next slide, please. As we approach the 24-25 school year, our engagement with stakeholders continues through 3 main focus areas. First, building upon the cadence established in the fall with school-level communication, we will continue to support principals with communication to families. It is important that families hear directly from their current principals and their new principals about transitions. The toolkit provides guidance for welcoming families to our schools as well. I do want to acknowledge the work that our schools have already done to welcome their new families. They've made calls to their new families, they've hosted tours at their schools, they've produced welcome videos, and we even have one school whose students are making cards for their new peers to make sure that they feel welcome and included in their school community. Additionally, a robust web presence was developed for families at welcome.dpsnc.net, with information about upcoming transitions, along with information about the schools in their region. Our team has also developed a comprehensive strategy to engage our media partners to support our ongoing conversations with families and extend the Growing Together message to our entire community regarding implementation and what to expect in July 2024 and beyond. Lastly, our team is working collaboratively with community organizations to share this information with their constituents. Our team has and will continue to meet with community partners to further engage families and in DPS and in Durham. Next slide, please. The board made it clear that support for transitioning families was a priority. That directive has provided guidance for our team to develop a structure that supports families along the way. Next slide, please. And here again, sharing information that has been elevated this evening, but I do want to reiterate that first we needed to identify those students before we could support them in their transitions. Last fall, families were contacted by their current schools requesting their intent for the upcoming school year. This provided the Growing Together team and our school leaders with critical information about families' plans and their students, the plans for their students, and allowed us to facilitate planning at the school and district level. Intent was received prior to winter break, and upon our return from winter break, we launched the annual Magnet and CTE lottery and extended that period for an additional week to grant families more time to make decisions and to apply in the lottery. The first round lottery results were announced on March 1st, which also marked the opening of the transfer window. The programs, as well as processing sibling legacy transfers for families whose 4th and 5th grade students will remain at their current schools, has also underway. The district is also working to facilitate program opt-out transfers for families who's currently zoned to a school which offers a year-round program, international baccalaureate, or Montessori programs, but they prefer for their children to participate in a traditional school program. Our Office of Student Assignment will continue to work very closely with our families and our schools on an ongoing basis to process these requests. Next slide, please. Support for these transitions includes a wraparound approach for all of our families. I want to reiterate that each of our schools will be hosting welcome events to get students and their families acclimated to their new school communities and to make important connections with staff as well as other families. A listing of events is available on welcome.dpsnc.net. The DPS upcoming events calendars on the homepage of our website. In addition, these upcoming events are being shared on DPS social media platforms. We want to make sure all of our families are well aware of the opportunities that are before them to engage with their new schools. The information we have collected from our families, from stating their intent to the Magnet application period and the transfer window, is being documented in a dashboard. That dashboard supports the information exchange between schools to make sure that information about student needs travels from the current school to their new school. The social emotional needs of our students during these transitions are important. Our student support services team has developed a detailed curriculum that is being utilized by our school counselors and student services staff to help our students prepare for next school year. Additionally, the Multilingual Resource Center has played a critical role in this process as well. This goes beyond the translation and interpretation support they consistently provide. The MRC's extended support and thought leadership on behalf of our diverse families and school communities has helped shape our engagement and provide necessary language support. Next slide, please. Now we get into our next steps. Again, next slide. As part of our outreach and engagement with prospective employees, as we look to fill critical positions within Durham Public Schools, the district will host a career fair on Saturday, April 13th from 9 a.m. to 12:30 p.m., and that is at Northern High School, to showcase openings and opportunities within the district. We know the need that we have as a district to provide exemplary staff for all of our students, and it begins next month with the career fair. Additionally, our secondary implementation planning is underway, and we will increase that planning as we prepare to launch this initiative in the 25-26 school year for our DPS middle schools and high schools. Next slide, please. The road to implementation necessitates a robust team to navigate, plan, and execute the various components of this initiative. You will notice that the implementation team consists of leaders from across the district. This multi-department collaboration includes academics, school leadership, human resources, operations, and public affairs. Our project champions, project leads, and team members have dedicated numerous hours to prepare smooth transitions, not only for our families, but also for our staff. Many of these team members are present this evening. Those that are in the room, I want you to stand and be recognized. Additionally, there are people in the hallway. This is how large this team is, and it is necessary to have such a comprehensive team to ensure that we are doing all the critical things for our students and our families. Please wave your hand, stand, please be recognized. Thank you. At this time, I'll turn the presentation back over to Dr. Pittman.
Thank you, Ms. Cooper, and thank you, board. I hope on the next slide, we hope that you have received the tremendous amount of work that's going into making sure that Growing Together is embraced by our community and our children are thriving. The work is progressing so far. Tonight, you've received an update to where we are so far. We feel that we're well positioned to launch our schools with the opening of the year rounds in July. The collaborative efforts of this dedicated team, the work with our schools, coupled with the support of our community and our board, are instrumental in realizing our shared vision for an exceptional educational experience for every child as we embrace the growth of our community in its diversity and our equity and access pillars. We appreciate your ongoing support, and we look forward to celebrating the launch of our schools together in July. So thank you. We're ready to answer any questions should you have them.
Thank you, Dr. Pittman, and thank you everyone who is here, who has put so many hours into this work, into the departments and collaborations. Really just so important just to see you all here. It's like, wow, this is amazing. I know this is just a portion. So thank you for being here tonight. And board members' questions, Ms. Rogers, followed by Ms. Umstead.
I have a really thank you for this presentation, and thanks to everybody for being here so late. Is there anybody on the team that could walk me, or the example of me, a single parent with 2.5 kids in DPS, who is currently going through this process of enrolling our kids? How many touches do I as a parent need to have with DPS to ensure that my students have care in the fall for their academic needs, for their transportation needs, and for their after-school needs? And the timeline upon which I'm expected to do those things, having gotten the lottery results last week and entered the transfer portal to get my kids all in the same school. Yeah, 2 is fine.
I'll begin with a touch of trying to address some of that. We are being very intentional about how we roll out the lottery seats and placements. Because if you remember, every magnet school, every application school now has a boundary. In the past, we knew how many seats were available at a magnet program. Lottery applications were submitted. The Office of Student Assignment was able to fill the vacant seats as we knew them, and the lottery was pretty straightforward. What adds an important and critical complexity to this journey this year is the fact that the board said and endorsed what we heard from the community is our families in and around our magnet programs would love access to their neighborhood school, which is why every school has a boundary. The reason I call that to our remembrance is we have filled our lottery seats, but we have also done 2 parallel pieces of important work. One is to plan for and protect what we know to be the boundary, what we are anticipating the boundary enrollment to be in those schools. We must protect those seats, all under the caveat of honoring the class size restrictions, making sure that we are not overfilling. And so we have filled our lottery seats of open access to our lottery schools with a bit of a conservativeness as the boundary families enroll. Now, here's the other complexity to this. The board said you asked the administration to legacy and have stability for our 4th and 5th grade children, which we were able to do. So our 4th and 5th graders in magnet or traditional are going to remain in their current schools. What that also, we said and heard from our community, please keep our families together as best as you can, which means for the children who are not legacied but may have a younger sibling, a kindergarten 1st or 2nd or 3rd grader, you ask the administration to try to plan for that as well. And as best as we are able, partner and join the 4th and 5th grade legacy child to its younger sibling. And the caveat that the board said and endorsed was, we believe in our reassignment journey of equity. We believe in family stability. We support that sibling legacy while the older sibling is completing their stable assignment in their current school. But upon completion of the legacy student exiting the school, we would like the boundaries to then reactivate and the younger children to return to what their boundaried program is under Growing Together. So what's important to that is in the December timeline where we did the family engagement and the base schools called all their families, we wanted to know which families we should try to plan for honoring that 4th and 5th grade sibling legacy in the younger grades as best as we could. But we had to first calculate boundary, then we did the lottery fill, and now that we're in the transfer season, we're able to go back to the information our families shared in December and reactivate transfers that are good for 1 to 2 years for the legacy sibling. It's not a reassignment of permanence, because if it were, we would be in some ways corrupting, so to speak, our lottery process. If we were to do that, we would crowd out the integrity of the richness of diversity and equity of access with the lottery. So there are a lot of values that are tethered to the rules and the policy implementation that we are entering into this season. And so we are going quite intentionally very careful with each step of the journey. And so I'm going to stop there because it's simple in its precision, but you have to really think through the logic model and link ourselves back and anchor ourselves. What did we say as a board and as a community, as a school district, we valued? And all of those bring us to some to this place of managing the process. So that's about the access. I didn't touch on transportation or after school yet.
How many emails, how many phone calls, how many times do I need to interact with Durham Public Schools in order to make this enrollment happen?
So for the lottery, if you have submitted your lottery application and you were seated, we as a district are reaching back out to you if you have a younger sibling of legacy to notify you that we were able to partner that up for the period of time that your child will be a legacy student. If for the fact you are in the lottery and you are on a waiting list, you're on a waiting list for a lottery seat. And that will be filled under a rhythm of, we give families, and this has been historic, we are very family friendly with our lottery timeline. We give families 3 weeks. Upon notification of your lottery seat, 3 weeks to say, yes, I want this seat and I am coming. We've then will, as the Office of Student Assignment will take that information, manage and make sure the database is tight and right, and then do a second run and pulling open children off the waiting list to seat them into newly opened up magnet seats. What's critical about this is we are very intentional with our communication. We have got to make sure that families know when to expect communication coming. And that is 3 weeks after the first run and 2 weeks after the second run. Families know to be watching for an email and they know they have a window of time to respond. That has been historic and it has been a rhythm that we follow for many, many years. And it has been one that has been valued and quite embraced. So families are less inclined to miss deadlines.
Once, Ms. Rogers, Dr. Pittman, if I could just add.
Please.
In addition to what you said, because I have children that are in the lottery and schools, the principals of the schools are also instructed to reach out to the families even before the lottery process of what changes were coming into their schools. So they were making phone calls to individuals throughout the fall. And having gotten a lottery acceptance, I think it's called Schoolment, is the application that's been
Correct.
used.
Mm-hmm.
I've gotten text messages and emails as far as points of contacts with due dates of when things would be required for acceptance. And then after that, I've even gotten emails and phone calls from the accepting school to get ready to register, particularly if it's a year-round school, because they're going to be they're going on intercession soon as well. So those are some extra touch points that the schools also are making with parents.
And structurally also, every school this year, we asked them to strengthen what we call their enrollment team. And their enrollment teams have been strategizing on how to get all of those action steps done so we didn't miss a family.
Okay. So I'm waitlisted,
Okay,
or my kids are waitlisted.
okay.
How do I enter the lottery for aftercare?
So the lottery for aftercare, and I may need, is Dr. Danner here or someone from that team for the after school? I know they're working on aligning timelines with the lottery timelines. And maybe perhaps would you like to take that? I don't want to put you on the spot, but. Okay.
So what will happen after the students are waitlisted in the lottery process, once seats
Are you speaking to the aftercare lottery?
after school care lottery, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. So once the students are waitlisted, then once seats become available, then your student will be identified to have a seat. But you're on a wait list. And in time, if a seat becomes available, you will have that seat.
Okay, I missed something. Can you back up, Dr. Danner? Natalie. Hey, so, can you back up and talk about the why for the lottery for aftercare? And do you have any of the dates of aftercare lottery? Like, because it's new this year, and I know you weren't presenting on that, but or are you coming at another time to present on that? Is that part of your question, like how those, where you put in for, because you don't know where your kid's going to be, Ms. Rogers? Is that?
I have that question as well, just to jump in.
It sounds like, to rephrase the question, we know that families are navigating a different lottery system with schools and after-school programs. So how can we have those systems work together so that families can ensure care for their children, for some probably as soon as July, right? As we're talking about year-round programs.
So the after-school lottery opens on March 18th. And the initial communication that went to families stated that that lottery would close on April 5th. It has been extended to April 19th. We do know that throughout this window, there's additional work that's being done by the Office of Student Assignment to process those transfers. Additionally, there will be a second pull for the lottery. So we will have more information and clarity throughout that window for our families. For any child who is requesting after-school care, they are to apply for after-school care or enter the lottery for the school that they are currently at. If they receive a seat through that lottery for the school that they are currently at, and they receive a transfer or they accept a lottery seat to attend one of our application schools, that seat will follow them pending the availability of the seat, or they will receive a priority on the wait list for that school. Yes, a
I have a-
priority on that wait list.
Thank you. That's helpful. And just to follow up on that, the school, so I was at Merrick Moore. Now I'm going to Glenn next year. But I've applied for IB at EKPO. I'm applying to after school. I'm not, well, anyway, I'm applying to my 24, 25.
No,
No,
if you are
my
a student at
current.
Glenn today, you should apply for the after-school lottery for a seat at Glenn.
Okay.
If you receive a transfer or you are pulled from the lottery, the second lottery pool, and then you now transfer to EKPO, you are awarded a seat through the lottery for after school, that seat would transfer with you to the school that you transfer to. So no family, if you are granted a seat through the lottery into aftercare, that seat will remain with you if you are awarded this seat. Now, if you transfer to a program throughout this transfer window, that seat will follow you, but if there is a wait list, you will receive priority on that wait list, or you will be automatically slotted into that program based upon availability.
Okay.
So there are some assurances for our families as their students transition throughout this period.
Okay. Thank you. That's
Sorry, but didn't that matter, Ms. Cooper, whether you were a fourth, fifth grader or a K1 where you would actually be going? You said Glenn to Merrick Moore or whatever, like, didn't that also the legacy part matter about what grade you're talking about?
Not for after school. This is specific to the after school lottery.
So if I'm a third grader at Merrick Moore this year, I'm going to be a fourth grader at Glenn, or I could apply to stay at Merrick Moore, or I could stay at Merrick Moore.
Students who will be in the fourth and fifth grade next school year have been provided legacy status, so they will remain at their current schools. So if you are a third grader at Glenn this year and you will be a fourth grader at Glenn next year, you will be at Glenn. And so you will apply in the lottery for Glenn. There should not be, unless otherwise requested through the Office of Student Assignment, fourth and fifth graders are staying at their current schools. So if you are going to be in the first, second, or third grade and you receive a seat at a new school or a transfer and you are transitioning to a new school, then that after school seat would transfer with you if you are awarded that seat.
Okay. So even if I could be legacied at Merrick Moore, or if I choose, I could go to Glenn, or I could be in the lottery and maybe go to EKPO.
Fourth or
Then-
fifth graders will stay at their current
Oh,
schools.
they have to stay at their current.
They are
schools.
staying at their current schools.
Unless you transfer. Okay.
Yes.
All right. Got it. Okay. Thank you.
Ms. Rogers, are you done with your questions? Yes.
Please accept my apologies for asking a difficult question. I think it's difficult for parents to navigate, and trying to get through that seems important. Thank you.
That sounds good.
All right, I just want to jump in. I know there's an FAQ on the website, but it is complicated. So as many ways that we can simplify, the better. I noticed in English and Spanish, even a graph or a chart, just multiple ways, because we know families are trying to figure it out, right? And we know those after school spots are coveted. They're essential for families who work, especially, and have those work hours. So thank y'all for explaining it really clearly here. And it is explained here, but as many different ways as we can do it and say it, I think will be helpful.
Absolutely. Because there was a new process this year, we wanted to make sure families were well aware of that process early, so they could make the necessary plans. We will continue to prioritize communication with our families who are seeking after school care to make sure that they are well aware of the various steps in the process with this new implementation of how to access after school.
I'm just gonna posit here that the point of the initial question was, if you're a parent and you're trying to walk through all of these changes, you're going to be confused. And I'm just gonna say that I get it from the end user side. We're talking about lotteries in more than one place, wait lists in more than one place. When your day of certainty is about something for your child, whether it's 4th or 5th grade or K3, impacts the others. And so there's just a flow, and these, it looks, and growing together is new. The after school lottery is new. So you've got a lot of new going on. And so I think trying to demonstrate through answering a question on how many times do I have to touch something to figure out where my kids are going to school next year was the point of the question. So thank you very much.
So we might even need to expand out this FAQ to tie it all together, so I don't have to go to multiple places, right? So, you know, here is my student assignment FAQ. How do I transfer? How do I apply? Who gets legacy? Connected right here next to it is after school, right? Right next to it is transportation, because that's going to come in June. So it's all in one place. So we don't have families having to go to lots of different places to figure it out. And written graphs, charts, phone numbers, because we know families are going to have lots of questions even after I read it. I'm going to switch now to a different topic. I would like, when we first started growing together, one of the keys was talking about pre-K and EC classrooms. And I would love if we could have a fuller presentation around how growing together is supporting alignment in those classrooms. We haven't had that kind of longer conversation, and I would love to see that. That was, again, one of the places that we started, and I really want to learn more about that. We did have a question from some families around the transfer options. I guess I am going back to the transfer part, to the transfer options in some schools that weren't on the application or not. And so can you all just speak a little bit to why that might be the case? I think I have some assumptions, but I want to hear why that
Certainly. Historically, board policy does not allow for transfers into magnet application schools. However, the Office of Student Assignment has been able to relax that access to the online application for a student transfer so that we can at least capture the interest, and we will at the right time be able to look at those transfers, and we'll work to see if it's going to need to have some board involvement to relax the policy provision. But indeed, if it gets to the place where we need to start to consider those, we'd like to be able to capture them now. And I believe the transfer has been, that relaxed access has been opened, and then we'll be able to capture it.
Let me just chime in there too. I think that we have, if I read everything correctly today, determined a way to try to capture that. But that's another piece of trying to figure out how to navigate it, because I believe the option requires that you actually request the school by requesting another school, since you can't request the one you want. And so, and then putting something in the notation there that lets you do that. And so again, it's just another piece, another wrinkle that adds to the complexity. And I mean, as a parent, you may have to sort of you may be charting your own list out here of all the places you need to go. And again, I just want to appreciate the question for bringing it to light.
And so as that was raised, and you are absolutely right, within the last few days, that was the situation. We've worked with our vendor to be able to, that families can request any school.
Good.
I think, we asked for a lot in growing together. We asked for a lot to we know that transition is hard, and we were like, can we do little pieces here and there to try to make the transition a little smoother? And I think these wrinkles that we're seeing is a part of that whole process of trying to navigate this new system. I think any way we can make this as easy and as simple for families, the better. Really clear and y'all have said this already, clear expectations around timelines, so they also know how to make decisions around all the different things that they need to make decisions about, transportation,
That's right.
after school care, what school you're going to, all of that. I know the foundation also had done some support work. Can y'all just speak a little bit to how the foundation has supported with the Growing Together?
Absolutely. They've been a
communication with
tremendous
families?
partner. I'll invite Ms. Cooper back.
Thank you. From the very beginning, the foundation knew how necessary it was to enhance our presence within the community, far beyond the bandwidth that we have as a DPS staff to really support families' understanding and their knowledge about the transitions that were underway. One of the things that we are very proud of is our partnership with the foundation and the financial support that they have provided specifically for helping our schools better market themselves to the neighborhoods and the communities in which they reside or they are located. That work started last summer, actually, and we meet with the foundation regularly. We've identified schools within our portfolio of work that may need some additional support, and other schools that may not need as much, but need very specific things. And they have been very instrumental and helpful along the way. You likely have seen yard signs throughout our communities. They are also investing in a digital advertising campaign to help us better market our schools. Additionally, even producing videos for some of our schools that were in dire need of marketing materials. They have been a very helpful partner along the way, and that is something that will extend into our secondary implementation as well. And they have been in contact with our principals, our families. They're capturing testimonials from our families as well as our staff to talk about how wonderful their schools are, because we know we have great schools in DPS. And one of the things that they were intent on is making sure that everyone in our community knew how great our schools were as well.
I really appreciate that. That's helpful. I remember seeing the yard signs everywhere. I also know I've talked to families who are excited about welcome events this week, right? There's popsicles and other kind of different events. So I think our schools are doing some good work there. Will we, I know this is tricky because people are accepting and moving, but will we have some preliminary numbers around enrollment, or when can we maybe expect kind of some sense of where families are enrolled for the year before August, maybe? Maybe not before August.
I want to make sure, I think, again, specifying the question is important. Is the question, what do our enrollment numbers look like by school as of X date?
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
Yes. So we are perpetually, and some of the folks in the room perpetually sharpening that pencil. Again, we're braiding together a couple strands, and I want to name it for the board and the public. Our boundary students, which percentage of those boundary students are attending their boundary school? The lottery assignments that have already been allocated to families, there is a window there that they have to accept those seats, but it is not closed yet, right? That just went out just last week. And so, we are working with administration again to bring all of that together. You have that graph of the narrowing down of the certainty of our projection numbers. And I want to put a little daylight between two ideas. One is a projection, which is a statistical model of what we think is going to happen on the 40th day in the fall of 2024. That's not the same as an enrollment plan, which is a literally student by student accounting of fitting students into seats. That happens as we migrate into next school when we're talking about promoting students within Power School. So, Ms. Humstead, I know that I'm answering two questions, one you asked, one you didn't. But these two paths that we're on, our statistical model, how certain are we, and our actual student by student Power School ID, Bettina Umstead is a second grader at Lakewood, right? Those paths converge as we get towards the 40th day of the fall. But we are already at that point now of saying, here's where we're looking at. That's what's informing our lottery seat access. And it's why you've heard Dr. Pittman share earlier, you've heard it from me. We're moving slowly, particularly with the lottery, so that we know that there are students that have moved. We know that there are students that plan to move into a boundary. We know that there's students that have never been on DPS's radar, that are in private school, homeschool, charter school, other school systems, that have heard of Growing Together, and this is something they've been asking for. So we are being cautious with the lottery in part, so we can capture all those boundary students. Right. a big part of that is the registration process itself. And we have some of our principals right now that are out there, I won't name school by school, but are literally filling their student rosters. Again, I want to lift up Dr. Stewart and the collaboration between our principals, our school leadership, and the Growing Together team with student assignment to make sure that we're bringing all of this together. So as far as like are you asking for like a concrete, when will we know number, or what is have I given you enough in the response, or do you?
You
want
gave me a
specific
good,
date?
a great response, which led me maybe to a different request. Could we get, well, now recognizing it's a projection of enrollment, maybe around June, because I think most people will have settled. And then I know we'll get, what's, who shows up, right? Like who shows up in August, right? So we can get both of those. I'm just curious to see kind of where we might be in June. And then we'll get our 20-day or 40-day in August as well,
Yep.
or September, really.
We use that PMR1, which is
Mhm.
the principal monthly report. We have our average daily membership by month, as well as our membership last day of every month. Those are our benchmarks. But again, when we do our projection, which we're happy to share with you again under Superintendent Moore's, sort of vision and leadership there, we are looking at that day 40 number to say, again, that's our state reimbursement date. That's a key date in the world of student enrollment planning.
Yeah.
So
Happy to do so.
to follow up on that question, I'm sorry, in the last presentation, you shared the projections, the accuracy of the projections of ADM for the district. Could you share that for the elementary schools when you share that data for this current year?
For the 23-24
Yep,
year.
how accurate were your projections for this current year? Thank you.
Yep.
I'm sorry, let me clarify. I don't want the whole district. I'm curious to where elementary school folks are. is
Yes,
what I'm
elementary.
thinking
I was
about.
gonna say that, yeah.
I'm
elementary.
sorry, just to clarify, that I forgot that was different. Thank
saw Ms. By. I saw Ms. Byer trying to add on. I think then Ms. Valladares is trying to add on. And then Ms. Chavez, and then you can get back to your questions.
So I just want to appreciate you all walking us through the complexity of this work and how we got here, and how it took us 30 years to get here, and these changes, while incredibly challenging, are rooted in our values. So like, I don't know if it's going to come in the data that folks have just requested, but one of my biggest concerns is year-round enrollment as we've expanded it, 7 elementary schools. So what data do you have so far that is giving you confidence that those 7 schools will be filled and thriving? I guess is one of my major questions.
So at some point, I will have to ask Mr. Radsky to join me, because I think we should share in knowledge. I think that is important, but I want to directly answer Ms. Byer's question. So we're fortunate to have had Holt Elementary School, which has been a boundary accessed year-round with a lottery. That's actually been one of our inspirations. Principal Danya Jones is a phenomenal leader at Holt. And we've spent a lot of time, really since I entered DPS, working to understand how it works between the boundary assignment in Holt in conjunction with the lottery placements. What that has helped is, and Dr. Stewart, I'm just going to sort of throw it out there, is that we have a PLC specifically for year-round principals that are learning from each other. Not only Principal Jones, Principal Cunningham, who's been running Pearson Town, as you're aware, a longstanding Panda. They are helping other year-round principals, Principal Miller at Hope Valley, Principal Teal at Eastway, Principal Hauser at Easley, another long-term year-round principal, to help us understand the cadence of communication with families, to make sure that they have their student rosters early. So these are the principals that are already at the top of their game as far as the students that they have coming to them, those home addresses where they are, and engaging with those families. I should add as well, Principal Tate at Oak Grove. So you're right, we have a total of 7 year-round schools, but we are not new to year-round instruction in Durham Public Schools, either through boundary or lottery access. And so it's with that intentionality that we're working with those particular principals as a prioritized set of leaders so that we can engage with our families, understand their intent, make sure that they're aware of their boundary opportunities as well as the lottery access to the school for the regions that they reside within. So we've geolocated every student in the district, particularly those that live in those school boundaries, produce student rosters for our principals who are now engaging with families as we prepare for weeks of welcome.
Right, but we haven't yet, because we've made this transfer window so long, are we encouraging folks, if they're doing this opt-out transfer, to lean on the early side of that to let us know that they don't want year-round? Is that also how that's going to move?
So historically, year-round has had opt-out. For example, I think, Ms. Chavez, you referenced earlier, students that have lived within the Holt boundary have opted out for Merrick Moore or Glenn, depending on which side of the boundary they're located within. I think Director Marshall has a few contributions to make.
I'm surprised we haven't heard from her yet because she has been the heart of all of this as well.
Yes, I like to sit in the back. Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much. I did want to come back if it's okay. Just thinking through Board Member Rogers, your initial question, and I've been a mama of 2.5 children before. Can I back up? And I apologize if that's out of order.
Please, please.
And just thinking about the touch point, and Dr. Pittman lifted up one of the major, and thank you also, Board Member Lewis, one of the major points of our enrollment teams. We have, thank you for the additional staff, my right hand, Joy Bingham, and her work. We have worked really hard on making sure that our schools are ready to support our families. So that's what the outcome of what you experienced, Board Member Lewis. So the first point of contact are the enrollment teams that have been trained. So if a parent comes in that's overwhelmed when it comes with, how do I apply for this for this transfer? Do I need an opt-out transfer? I don't know. Our enrollment teams are there at that school to ask and answer those questions. And then of course, the Office of Student Assignment is ready and prepared to answer those questions. So we want that touch point are those enrollment teams. That is the place where that mama stops when it comes to any kind of questions, when it comes to where do I go in my next place. So I did want to just really highlight the work of our schools and those teams that have been trained and ready to support. So that may not have gotten, I know I didn't walk all the way through the after school care, but I wanted to say there is a one-stop shop at your school, starting with the enrollment teams and then funneling to the people that how we support them. So, and I apologize. Yes, and then the opt-out transfers. I wanted to
go ahead, Ms. Rogers had a unit. Yeah.
I was just gonna say thank you. That's helpful.
Okay, thank you. And I apologize. I know that may not have been.
It's okay.
Oh,
It's
no,
okay.
it's great.
And Board Member Byer.
Well, my question for you, Ms. Marshall, was whether you had additional staff to assist you with the transfers that are about to come and the complexity of each individual family's request as we try to both legacy our 4th and 5th grades and also aftercare and all the impossibilities that we're juggling and y'all are juggling.
We are still a very small staff in the Office of Student Assignment, but we're a hardworking group that works late. But again, I appreciate the thoughtfulness of this board and the additional coordinator that has been added to our transition coordinator who is taking care of our opt-out transfers. And you're all our schools and families are already receiving those sibling legacy transfers and confirmation of those siblings that are attached to those 4th graders, and we're running through those quickly, and we're off to our opt-out transfers, and that'll help inform the additional seats and movement as we move through the lottery and transfer.
If folks have questions, because as they're getting their information, they're having lots of questions, is your Office of Student Assignment, your email, your phone number still the best way for folks to connect on these really complicated questions that they have?
Yes, continue to call. We are, our phones are ringing and we are answering them. And, but please, we invite the phone calls. We want to support. We are there. We are staffed to support. That is really where a lot of we have dedicated staff that are ready. I also want to lift up the MRC, who are our heroes on the other side, our ESO registration center as well. But our MRC, we work collaboratively in helping to support families. And throughout this entire process, I could not have done. Our teams are working collaboratively in answering those questions and getting the right things. And
Well, you went right to my next question, was whether I know we have an eye towards language justice. I didn't know if you had staff in your office, or if you were still dependent on MRC to support in all these complexities.
yes, we still depend on our MRC team, but they are always accessible. I can say that I don't know how they do it, but they are accessible to our families. When they come in, we know how to direct them. So I give so much credit to Director Friedman for his work and his staff.
So budget wise, just dream up a bilingual staff member for the Office of Student Assignment. I'm just going to say it out loud while I'm here. Kindergarten registration, how does that overlay with everything that is going on and in the near future pre-K process?
The kindergarten, I'm sorry, I missed your
Sorry,
question.
no, you're good. How does we didn't talk about the window of kindergarten registration. We didn't talk about pre-K. And then the other piece would be amping up intercession camps for year-round schools and the work that you all have done in the community in that front.
Yes, I do want to appreciate the plug of our new student enrollment portal being open for the 24-25 school year. Our kindergartners, we have had a pretty robust kindergarten enrollment campaign in the month of February. Our babies are coming in and we are excited about it, and all of the opportunities to visit schools, but we are monitoring and watching those kindergarten numbers. So while we're invited and really encouraging our families of our new students, our kindergarten students, as well as new families that are new to Durham Public Schools, to please go ahead and register so we can account for and monitor those numbers. There was an additional question about year-round?
About year-round intercession camps and how the team is planning in that area? And community providers we're working with is in addition to what we might be able to do at our own sites?
So a big part of the year-round intercession support is helping our community partners think differently about so most of them are used to doing summer camps, and helping them know that when the intercession dates are, what can be provided. So there are additional opportunities for our families, and many of our community partners are very receptive to that. Dr. Rathler, you want to shout out some of our community partners? I'll echo. And then as far as our community ed program, we are in collaboration with them currently to see what is available, what additional supports can be provided.
So for each of our year-round schools, there is a separate tab on the website listing all intercession camp, both in-house and partners. So those community partners are linked on that tab for each school site, as well as community ed's information will go there, and the individual school if they offer things. So it's all housed in one place for each school, individualized.
And yeah, thank you. That's helpful.
I'm sorry, Ms. Valladares and then Ms. Chavez.
Thank you, team. I can attest that you all work till late. I have met, including Dr. Pittman. You've been available in evenings. And we've talked about growing together and, why, when we talked about growing together and the equity components, the equity mindset, like how we were really taking into account equity. And you've mentioned so many things. My memory is just going back to the conversations around Holt and, Carrie Green Scott from, one of our parent advocates from that community, and Tamika Sachel were definitely folks who are talking about, keeping Holt as year round. And part of the thing is because of the equity considerations. and the demographics, right? The demographic of the school. And that is a question that actually came in. How are we, because of the intent of growing together, to be integrated, equitable, as best as possible using the data that we have, census data, trends, projections. How are we keeping track of the demographics of the applicant pool for each of the new application schools in real time, in as much real time as can be provided, or in whatever ways that we can continue to keep tabs on what the applicant pool is looking like?
Matthew? Data is very young right now, so things will be settling, but we designed it such that.
Yeah.
So a couple of things there. I'll reset you briefly and take you to an adjacent topic, which was in regards to some of the stated goals with growing together, right? Increasing access, diversity, and equity. What we are aware of is that, you know, again, none of this is reflective of a weighted lottery or anything to that effect. It is a raw applicant pool. In other words, because we do not know the decisions of the boundary students, right? The applicant pool is simply a reflection of the expressed interest at this time in the lottery itself. That's important because in order to provide any weights, you'll recall our conversation for the last 22-23 year, we would need to know what we're weighting against to hit the district level margin. Again, I will reset the board as well that the key indicator that we were looking at was identified student percentages when we discussed this application of weights for lottery programs for middle and high schools. We had also stated at that time we were going to benchmark growing together for 24-25 to see where we were and be slow and responsive in the application of any weighting for diversity and equity till we see where we are with our boundary in order to weight against that for a district level average. At this time, we haven't had a look yet at the demographics of the applicant pool itself. We certainly can collect that information from student assignment, but our demographic and planning team have not had access to it yet. We're happy to work with the superintendent and administration to bring that back or share in a companion file if that is what the board requests.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Yeah, I'd be interested. This ties into some of the considerations. And I think when it comes to weight, parent advocates who've emailed us, let me turn this thing away, it doesn't work. Parent advocates who've come to us, particularly sharing their stories about how they've had to navigate this. You addressed so many of the questions, including I was thinking about one particular case where they kind of posited many different issues with this process. Having a legacy student, and the legacy student does not have to fill out an application. And the parent knew as much. You know, the parent called Office of Student Assignment, was told an application is not needed. But the confusion comes when an application was started regardless, even if they don't need an application. And when they go on there, the information that was in there said the base school, it lists the base school. And I guess that's an automatic thing. And it immediately brought like mistrust, because it's like, you know, you're going on an online system that is suited for a particular individual, a particular student who needs to have certainty as to where they're going to go. And when they go in there, it's the standard, this is your school, but it's like, no, but this is a legacy student. And the legacy provisions were not, I guess, need to be updated so that it does not confuse parents. If they are a legacy 4th and 5th grader, they don't have to do an application. But if they do, for that application to have consistent information, especially noting that this is a 4th or 5th grader. The other question in this particular case was also related to the transfer process. And also they also did considering hardship, right? And so when it comes to EC services, this is a topic, and we have talked as a board about the importance of having EC as a separate presentation to talk about staffing needs for EC, to talk about trainings, ways that we are looking out for the well-being of EC kids. And I'm a parent of EC children. EC, you know, is something I've navigated throughout my whole tenure with DPS. And when it comes to these processes of folks who are trying to go through the transfer process and they have needs, some schools are facing vacancies. Some schools, it's really hard for parents to feel that their child is going to be looked out for, especially if they've been working with somebody who's provided these kind of supports. And I guess in these considerations, the question is, you know, will there be that consideration for especially EC needs? The status of EC services at each school, they vary. And I know that we don't want them to vary, but the real on the ground truth is that they vary. And I can tell you, it makes a difference, a world of difference when you have the services that you finally waited years to get, and then to know you're going to be moved to a different school where the services are provided, because that's federal law, right? You know, our school district is going to provide ECs, like the services to the students, because that is federal, that is their federal right. But the particular way of that service, the particular way that that service is provided may vary. And so we're not going to be moving, you know, somebody who's, because of the particular needs and how varied they are, we can't account for every single school being the right fit for every single student. And so I guess the question for this parent is that while they have to wait the 40 days, or how many days they have to wait for the transfer period to close?
It's open from March 1 to May 1.
Yeah, so from March 1 to May 1. So May 1st, they'll find out.
We'll start processing them in the interim, and then it'll be staggered and ongoing. You want to take that? You want to clarify?
It's March 1st to May 1st, and June 1st is when we are expected to have decisions. So we encourage families to submit those transfers March 1st to May 1st, and after May 1st, there has to be an extenuating circumstance as to why you didn't submit it, but it will still be processed. So March 1st to May 1st is our window, and then decisions come out by June 1st. We begin processing them, but everyone should have a decision by June 1st.
That's helpful to know. And so, you know, so I'm just following the same example of a family who brought multiple pieces of this thing and how it feels to families, because this family not only had to navigate an application for a legacy student and started an application, but a lot of families are going to do that, and then seeing that the information on there is not what, you know, what is stipulated for legacy students. It showed the base school. Then they also had to do an application for after school. And it was a question as to which school do I do it? You answered that question beautifully tonight, because if they have a spot in after school, that student is assured a spot regardless of whatever school they go to. And I appreciate that. Thank you so much to our Senior Director of Communications, Ms. Gina Cooper, for answering that question. And so that takes away that piece of stress, because with the emails that come in are definitely like emails where families are expressing a lot of uncertainty and a lot of concerns. And then also, there's also the concern, especially going back to EC, because we're using projected numbers, the projected students that are going to be at a school, and we have instructional assistants that we are trying to fund, and we don't have enough instructional assistants for all the needs, especially for these two vulnerable groups that the state caps us with really stringent, caps us really, really bad. EC, limited English proficiency, and also EC students. The allocations based on projections sometimes are not exactly what we can anticipate with neighborhood, with the factor that now a lot of these applicant schools are no longer closed off. They're open to neighborhood students at any time of the year. Maybe they started out at a charter and they, in the middle of the year, decide, and this happens all the time. We have students coming into DPS even up until the very last day. And so how are we also keeping in mind like the actual enrollment trends, and even if there's like a bell curve of like when do we get peaks of students coming in, and how are we also like taking that data into account with the projections that we have? And that goes back to, for a family that has that receives services from the EC department. And all of a sudden you have a school that now has more demand on those services and you have only 2 or 1 instructional assistant. And, you know, when it comes to EC, like how is that particular consideration being considered for when a family applies for a transfer and puts on there, like, I really want to stay at the school because at least I know that I have been able to navigate those relationships with the staff to provide the level of care, as best level of care in this context.
A couple of things. First of all, once the students have indicated the school in which they will attend, the allotments on those categories with which you've lifted, the EC allotments, the ESL allotments, the AIG allotments, that the team then will look at how do the enrollment numbers look at each site, what is the need of the number of EC children, and the staffing then will follow in line according to head count, so to speak. And I forgot your other question. I lost it. Allotments follow the children, I mean, the numbers of children, and then can't remember the other part of your point. I am so
Yeah,
sorry.
well, I guess I'm because we haven't yet gotten to the weighted part of like how the weights could impact, and the weights that were never meant.
Reasons for transfers.
Reasons for
transfer. If it was according to a teacher or a situation. Those are, each application is managed on an individual case-by-case basis. Ms. Marshall does a phenomenal job at first filter to see if it's within policy guidelines to be able to approve that. And then, of course, it can be appealed to the superintendent's office through, and then ultimately to the board. So there are protocols in place and safeguards for families if they feel very strongly about the need for a transfer. And we work very carefully with each case.
Yeah, and I guess the weighted part goes on folks who are in that waiting list, you know, if they're on a waiting list to be there. So, and I know that that's still being determined as to when we might even consider, because at this point, it's just the order of, it's the whatever number they arrived at. And I know some families apply pretty early, even if the window's open for extended time. I hear, you know, like it's the first come, first serve kind of thing, right? Based on the way the applications go.
Once the lottery is run and the computer generates that order in the random assignment through the lottery, the Office of Student Assignment will honor that in the sequence in which they are placed on the waiting list first and down that list. So that is correct.
And then after that, we may consider weights to that sequence that is provided. Or where would
That
weights
is the
even come
waiting
in?
list. You mean like weights, like heaviness and lightness, or
Like
WAIT?
prioritization.
Priority
Prioritization.
weighting. Yeah, weighting.
They are in there in the priority order in which their application indicated.
So this is, okay, so the lottery itself will generate, because it's a lottery, so it's gonna put
But
placements.
they indicate through categorization and the policies or the categories of the application, the computer will, for instance, if I'm at a magnet school and I have a sibling at the magnet school, the computer and the parent fills out that application will go above a general applicant pool. So the business rules are built into the logarithm, I don't know if that's the right word, of the lottery to prioritize families according to board policy.
And Ms. Chavez.
Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Pittman.
Thank you very much. Part of the reason this is so complicated, like Chair Umstead said, it is because we're accommodating a lot of different desires and listening to things that our community members said. And so thank you. And the website, I think we can, obviously we're continually working on those communications, but it is, I think it's very well done. And so I appreciate the communications that you have been working on. And okay, it's late. I had the same question as Ms. Valladares about demographics of the lottery. So I would love to see that information
when you can share it with us. The other question I had, I just wanted to know about the lottery, like who or who was applying, and also what programs are they applying for?
Okay.
I know that we had seen data at some point about lottery programs that where many more people apply than there are seats, and then
Yes.
some where we weren't getting enough to fill the seats that were available.
Okay.
So I'm interested in what that looks like. I'm interested in, the racial component of that, and also the regional component of that. What our numbers are looking like. How interested are people in DLI and Montessori and all of that? So I think that's all for me that I would like follow up from. But thank you so much for your work on this, and thank you to the whole team. It's a huge effort, and I think we'll continue to work out the kinks, and but I'm looking forward to seeing this unfold. So thank you.
Ms. Carter Alto, thank you.
Thank you so much. I know this is a lot and it's late. Many of my questions have already been asked and answered, but I have a few remaining. Let's see what to prioritize. Can you help me understand this issue of people being stuck on a wait list while taking a spot that someone on another wait list needs? Does that make sense, or should I?
I'm going to try. So let's say a family at a particular school is now in a boundary for a new school, a different school. So they're a boundary family, and we're making sure we can accommodate that. It could be that same family applied in the lottery for a magnet program, and they're on a waiting list. And so they may say, not quite sure I want to register at my base school because I don't want to give up my possibility of being able to go to the lottery program in which I'm on the waiting list. And so in some ways, we're protecting the boundary. And that family is saying, I want to wait a little bit longer. I want to stay on the waiting list.
That's exactly what I'm talking about. So what is the answer to that? Like, are you saying that families just wait and you believe that it will even out? Like things will move eventually, or is it, because it does feel a little bit.
So this happens every year. Families are on a waiting list to many of our high interest lottery programs. And at some point, the Office of Student Assignment will stop filling and pulling off of the waiting list. And so for our magnet programs, June 30 is the stop date of when the wait lists for traditional calendar lottery programs will stop. No, help me. No, year rounds. We'll stop pulling June 30 for the year rounds so that the year round schools can do their rosters and get ready for opening of school. And then we'll continue the rest of the lottery through July 31. So by midsummer, the magnet process of lottery and wait listing will conclude, and then families will be able to determine, move forward. If they got in, then they're good to go in their lottery program. If they got pulled off the waiting list, if they didn't, and that they'll go ahead and make their decision about enrolling in their base school or their boundary school.
Thank you. But I'm wondering, like, in that scenario that you described, like, how do you know that that person doesn't want that seat at their base school so that they can then say, I don't want that seat, which opens that seat up for somebody else, and then they can take the seat they could get in line for the, like.
Right.
Is there a process that exists for them notifying? Because this must be the case for kids throughout our district now that we have base assignments and lottery at the same schools.
So, to come back to some of the grid or some of the, so we are really using that the transfer options. We're looking at every kid. And this is why it feels very conservative right now. We're seeing where our opt-out transfers, for instance, we have about 70 in there where families are saying, no, I don't want that application school. I want to go to a traditional school. So that's going to loosen up seats where it feels tight, where we have been conservative to reserve those seats for those base kids, as Dr. Pittman was lifting. And as those transfers and families are making decisions, and we did reach out to get an idea, and we used those in making assumptions in our projections and planning, but we were very conservative. And as we're getting the real opt-out applications, and I want to make sure everybody, the opt-out program transfers, and we are going to move those kids off of those application seats, and that'll loosen up some of the make rooms for some of the wait lists. I hope I'm making sense. It is late and I don't operate well. I don't know how y'all do this, but yes.
Thank you. That's very helpful, but from both of you. When, like, relatedly, I feel like a lot of us are asking the same question, which is like, when should we and families know more? This will be rolling, like in the next few weeks, people are going to start knowing more and more and more every single day, right? Or
We are rolling. We are rolling through weekends. We're rolling through the nights. We're not sleeping. No, we are actually moving as quickly as we can because we know families are waiting for those answers. So those transfers are being processed right now. Again, we are, I'd say 75%, if not 100 by today. Shout out to my transfer technician who has gotten out those sibling legacy transfers. Now our opt-out transfers are next in line, where we need to go ahead and get those seats available to loosen the gridlock for our April 1st pool, our next lottery pool on April 1st, or wait list pool.
okay, thank you. That's helpful. And I'm wondering if tonight's been helpful to have this like big presentation, but I'm wondering if in the coming meetings, if we could have like I know that there's a transportation update coming up at our next meeting. Is that right? Looking at you, Mr. Palmer. Can we have a growing together update at each one of our meetings so that we get more in-depth, like instead of a large presentation with broad overview, like more in-depth update on like how things are looking, what the numbers are looking like as they come in at each of our meetings, so that we can just stay abreast of how things are feeling, and y'all can let us know then if things are not feeling good. And I think lastly, because I know it is getting late, I am still a little bit stuck on this question or the email that went out tonight about aftercare, and why it was stated that families should apply into aftercare at the school they're currently at. If they know if they've already accepted a position at a different school, or they know they're going to a different school, why would they not just indicate that they're going to go to that school? And also, I just wanted to clarify that you said that the spot will move unless there's not a spot, right?
So let me say, if you are if you are currently at a school and you do not have indication of your transfer, or if you have not been pulled, if you're awaiting an application seat from the lottery and you have not been informed yet, that is when you apply for your current school. We know that the next lottery pool is on April 1st. That is why that window was extended to the 19th. So families who are still awaiting their lottery seats would have time to apply. And at that point, they would apply for the school in which they know that they are going to, because they may have accepted a seat in the application lottery for our magnet and CTE programs. So does that clarify specifically for families? Does that answer your question?
Well, I'm wondering if maybe this FAQ should just be modified then, because it's a PDF, and it says should enter the lottery for the school their child currently attends.
We can make that accommodation. And currently, we will make sure that is a living document on the website for many of the questions that maybe arise in the fine tuning that needs to be done over the next few weeks. But again, I do want to clarify, if your child has not yet received a transfer, is still awaiting to be seated based upon a lottery wait list, you can apply for your child for the current school that they attend. And if they are granted a seat, then that would transfer with them to the new school. Or you can wait because that window has been extended until the 19th.
Thank you so much. I know this is complicated. I really appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Okay, I'm back and I want to shift gears a little bit. I'm sorry it's so late. If you have to answer later, then we'll deal with that. I'd like to hear some about um, my notes are, we're adding 2 new French teachers on grant funding. Are those positions posted and what is recruitment looking like right now? Um, Little River Montessori is completing their first year in training, right? And so projections for educators that got the training, do we have any idea of the number of educators that are receiving this training that have entered the transfer portal and are going to enter the transfer portal? Will they be prioritized at schools where they've gotten the training for? Um, it's up to y'all. Yeah. I can pause.
Why don't we follow up and get that information to you all?
That's fine.
Yeah, some of that requires that they go check, so.
Yeah. Yeah, and so basically, are we prioritizing educators that have gotten such training in their transfer request to go to schools that have the same programs that they've gotten the training for? Or are we sort of kind of taking a loss and making sure that they get that training and allowing them to transfer out?
We'll address that, yeah.
That's all I got, but it's about the educator. Any other ways that this growing together impacts our educators would be helpful. Some feedback on that.
Thank you, Ms. Rogers. Ms. Valladares?
I just had a comment, because the question about, just as you were mentioning French, teachers, and we've heard Mandarin teachers. So there's a lot going on with Growing Together. A lot of things that I personally celebrated when it was brought to us in those first presentations. And many of you know I said that back then. I was an IB student, International Baccalaureate, that actually got a diploma, but then also an IB diploma that is like worldwide. And it's been a fun thing to talk to people from other countries who say, if you got that diploma, you're bona fide. Like that is like, they have a level and it's a package, regardless of whether you're studying here or in France or in Canada. If you have that IB diploma, you're at the same scale. I mean, your tests are literally sent overseas to other professors, other teachers to grade. And it's about languages. And I know people push back on languages because it becomes like an added expense. I say it's an added investment. Guess who still uses languages to this day? You know, I'm just saying it's lifelong impact. And I am a lover of languages. When it comes to the IB program, it is a package, and they do ask that if we are going to stick to fidelity with the IB program, we have to provide choices. And we're actually limiting the choices that the IB program offers because they have not only Spanish, French, Mandarin, but you can also choose Latin, and classical Greek. In other places, because I know of IB programs in Miami, for example, Latin, like there are different IB implementations where they give the whole thing, like as many options, 5 languages. But we are choosing to stick with 3, right? Spanish, French, and Mandarin. If we're going to do this program right, and we're going to give kids the upper hand to start with the IB program in elementary school, and then they have they can have from elementary school up until high school to be involved in IB opportunities, and graduate with that. I mean, it is definitely, it is a very tailored and specific program, and some families have yet to see the value of that. And personally, that kind of, breaks my heart because it's not their fault. We have to do something to show why the IB program is such an important program. And we can't pick and choose. We can't tear it apart. We can't say, well, the IB programs that's implemented in Durham Public Schools can only offer Spanish. Like that is not how the program works. They want you to give those choices. And we're giving 3 out of 5 essentially. But we have to make that case as to as we're implementing these programs, whether it's Montessori, I think it comes back to the same thing, that there are families who begrudge Montessori programs in their schools when they weren't there before. There are families who begrudge IB programs in their elementary schools when we didn't have that before. Because when I was an IB student, Hillside High School had just started the IB program, right? And so there weren't that many IB programs, and then we had Shepherd.
That's why there's, for the sake of time, is there a question? I wanna know this a little
So I
bit.
guess my question about this is, because there are such feelings about these programs that are vital, that I consider investments, right? That set you on a different, like, it can be a game changer for some students. And kindle love of learning. How are we also doing that in terms of our outreach? And when families have questions as to why are we investing in French, French teacher, how are we funding this? If we're gonna do the program, we have to do it right, or not 5 languages, but we have to do it as best as we can. And so are we going to continue, how are we going to share that information as to the benefits of the program, kind of get more buy-in? Because what I do feel is that the buy-in is not sometimes often there, especially with all the considerations.
Right. We've had very strong response through our IB applications. And when we bring some of that, the data, we can go deeper and truly look at the actual results. And through the leadership, Dr. Rathbone has been amazing working with our school teams on the fidelity of implementation, ensuring we'll be ready to launch, and working through that K-12 continuum with IB. So we're trying to position ourselves for fidelity and give the schools what they need. Thank you for that question.
Thank you. Not seeing any other questions. Ms. Moore, you good?
I just want to sort of close a couple of things. Thank you all. It's 10:37. Very much for all of this work. And I just sort of want to bring us back to the fact that this work is part of a long-term vision around how we, and the term that I have always used in my background is how we in the school system ensure that every single one of our schools is the best choice and a first choice for our families. And that is comprehensive work. And it is messy work also to implement, because you're changing the way families have approached how they choose the school and what those options are. And so that's going to be complicated. And so I'm sure that you could call it growing pains if you want to be polite, and you can call it night terrors if you're experiencing it. So I think both of those can be true at the same time. But I think if you bring it back to what has been the vision and what I have learned in my short time here about why you are doing this work, it's important to understand that why and to validate that why, which several of you have done at the table today. But I think our community might need to be continually reminded of that why, and that why does not diminish their concerns or their experience of how they are engaging. And so that is something that we have to, pay attention to that and respond to it, because next year it'll be better. And the year after that, it'll be better. And that is what we have to be held accountable to as a district. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Pittman and team. That I think closes out our discussion for growing together. Thank you so much for being here, y'all.
Thank you, team. You all are excused.
And then our last topic on our agenda is Arts in Our Schools Proclamation.
Yes. Good
Dr.
evening.
Pittman.
We're back. This evening, we are excited to celebrate Arts in Our Schools Month. I'd like to introduce Mr. Lester Turner. Many of you may have seen him at the Evening to Shine event at DPAC, but he's providing tremendous leadership to our arts education programming within Durham Public Schools. And he's going to introduce the proclamation and request that it be read into the record this evening. Mr. Turner.
Good evening, night maybe, but good evening if it wills. So good evening, Chair Lewis, esteemed members of the DPS Board of Education, and Superintendent Moore. Tonight, I want to bask in the brilliance of art education residing right here in Durham Public Schools. Throughout the year, our schools become stages for the creativity to flourish and the talents to shine. From the enchanting melodies of our spring musicals to the awe-inspiring strokes of our visual artists and community exhibitions, from the soulful harmonies of our instrumental and choral concerts, to the graceful movements of our dancers, our students and our art teachers uplift and inspire our community with their extraordinary talents every day and all throughout the year. Tonight, we invite the board and our community to join in commemorating all of those wonderful artistic moments with this year's Arts in Our Schools Month proclamation, an annual celebration born from the U.S. Department of Education, honoring achievements of students nationwide in dance, music, theater, and visual arts. March, a month dedicated to the arts, offers us a chance to rejoice in the boundless creativity of our students, the dedication of our amazing art teachers, and the unwavering support of our community art partnerships. Throughout this month, on all of our DPS social media channels, we will be celebrating our DPS art students and teachers for all that they bring us in our community. #DPS Arts. The arts not only provide an outlet for self-expression, but also serve as a catalyst for learning across all disciplines, aligning directly with our DPS strategic plan and evidenced in the Growing Together initiative. Let us revel in the transformative power of arts education this month. Now more than ever, our students deserve access to the arts, shaping them into empowered individuals ready to conquer the challenges of the world around them and igniting their limitless potential. Durham Public Schools stands as a beacon of excellence in transformative arts education, boasting record-breaking participation in dance, music, theater, visual arts for all of our district-wide events. This semester alone, we will host Destination Dance, Band Solo and Ensemble, Elementary All-County Chorus, All-County Orchestra, as well as visual art showcases at South Point Mall and a special teacher art exhibit at the Durham Arts Council. Most recently, we all celebrated the monumental talent of over 350 of our most talented DPS young artists with our annual Evening to Shine event in late February. And we could not be more proud of the celebration that we all had sharing alongside the DPS Foundation. Durham Public Schools is steadfast in its commitment to enduring and ensuring equitable, universal access to arts education for all of our DPS students, fostering a culture where every child's creativity can flourish and do that without limits. Chair Lewis, I humbly yield the floor to you and the esteemed members of the Board of Education to unveil this year's proclamation celebrating Arts in Our Schools Month with exuberance and pride late at the night.
What a wonderful presentation. Yes, March is Arts Month proclamation. I think we'll be happy to read this. To start with Chair Board Member Byers, and then we'll go around accordingly.
Thank you so much. The proclamation, Arts in Our Schools Month. Whereas all students have the right to an arts education that includes dance, media arts, music, theater, visual arts, and performing arts taught by certified arts educators in partnership with community providers. And
whereas arts education is part of a well-rounded education for every student as outlined in the Every Student Succeeds Act. And
whereas arts education is a key to reigniting students' learning in a post-pandemic world. And
whereas arts education helps nurture healthy, inclusive communities where all points of view are respected. And
whereas arts education shapes the way our students understand themselves and the world around them, allowing for students to be culturally responsive. And
whereas arts education supports the social and emotional well-being of students and fosters a more positive, safer school environment. And
whereas arts education has lasting positive impacts on the academic, personal, and professional growth of our students.
Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Durham Public Schools Board of Education does hereby proclaim March 1st through 31st, 2024 as
Arts in Our Schools Month and asks all to celebrate the importance of the arts in our students' lives. Signed this 7th day of March, 2024.
And you made it without changing the dates.
And can we get a motion to approve?
Motion to approve our schools month proclamation.
Yes, it's been moved by Ms. Rogers, second by Ms. Valladares. Is there any discussion? I'm appreciative of all the things that you laid out throughout the community that will be on display this month, and hope that the community can get out, as I will try as best as I can to get some to these events. Looking forward to seeing the posts on social media and on our website. Thank you.
Thank you.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? It passes 6-0. Thank you so much.
Thank you all.
Get a motion to go into closed session?
There's a summary of follow-up.
Oh, summary follow-up. Summary follow-up? No,
It's not actually up.
on Mike. It's not on our agenda for summary of follow-up, but typically we have that at the very end. Summary of follow-up just wasn't on the agenda.
So did anyone capture that, or should we?
Dr. King, can you, there you go, use the microphone.
We got excited and shut down our computer, so we
Okay.
gotta pull it back up. Larry's got it.
First one I have is when is the deadline and/or there is a subset of schools under consideration for CEP application expansion. Next, I have questions about paying for bilingual staff at different rate. What are other schools doing? Is there a priority in hiring or extra duty? What if we delay global language position? Board would like to see a breakdown of how allotments are determined. And also part of that is Superintendent Moore talked about allotment 101 for the board. Board would like to see a comparison of county living wage versus DPS living wage. What is or will be the impact of school vouchers? Where can we capture cost savings? When can the board expect a deeper conversation regarding the ESSER positions? Going together hiring update for DLI, Global Language, and Montessori. What's at stake with the loss of ESSER funds? Want to update on that? Have we made it clear that student bonuses may not be part of the 24-25 school year? Guidelines for acceptance. What is the impact of CEP on families who are CEP schools that may be reassigned to a non-CEP school? Feedback from food services and staff.
Mr. Johnson.
Yes.
We were just talking, and what if we can get that just a write-up? just a
Absolutely. We'll
follow-up, 'cause
combine
it sounds
what,
like you're going from whatever you're
yes,
saying.
we'll combine with
Combine it.
Dr. King and we'll send that out to you, everybody.
That'll work. And I think we had a motion.
I move that we go into closed session for the reasons stated on the agenda.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Byers, second by Chair Umstead. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Same. Passes 6-0. With that, we're now in closed session.
See y'all later.
We are now back. We are now back in open session. And with that, we are adjourned.